Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'm very happy to see a good turnout today, despite all the challenges in the world and costs to get here. And I know that we have visitors not only from around the country, but from many places in Europe as well. So welcome to all of you. Before we begin, we have to acknowledge that we are here present on Ojibwe homelands and ceded territory established by the Treaty of 1842, the territory of Native nations, including Keweenaw Bay, Lac Vieux de Serre, Bad River, La Courte, Orelles, Lac du Flambeau, and Red Cliff, St. Croix, and the Socotambo Lake bands. The indigenous communities still live here and retain rights to this land. So this morning, we'll begin by introducing Chris Solani, who is the superintendent of this school. His mother was born in Finland, despite his Italian surname, and he has been very, very gracious in providing this space for us, so we're very appreciative.
All right, it's been a little minute here for this, but I'm going to give this a go. Tervetuloa. Hyvää huomenta. Minä olen Chris Solani, Superintendent, Hancock Public Schools. Welcome and good morning. Thank you, Jim, and thank you, Oliver. This is certainly historic and a great opportunity for the city of Hancock, and in particular, Hancock Public Schools, to welcome our esteemed delegation and friends that are here for our Finno-Ugric celebration, and of course our midsummer celebration that we annually host and participate in here in Hancock. So on behalf of Hancock Public Schools, our Board of Education, our entire community, welcome, and hopefully you enjoy all the opportunities to engage as well as enjoy the time in our balmy temperatures this week, it seems like, but not unlike perhaps our space and friends in Finland and elsewhere. So without further ado, Oliver, please step forward and again, have a great time here in Hancock. Thank you.
Tere hommikust, hyvää huomenta. Dear Ambassador Mikola, dear friends and colleagues and good people of Hancock, my name is Oliver Looda. I'm director of Uralic Center, an Estonian human rights organization. We are happy to be part of the organizers of this event. First, I would like to thank Chris Solani from Hancock High Schools for hosting us here. This is a great honor for us too, to be here. And thank you to everybody in Hancock and Copper Country, elsewhere, here in the US and the world, who have contributed to this event. It is really quite amazing that that we are holding this forum today. It was just a bit more than a year ago that I was here in Hancock, and we were discussing whether Hancock should apply for this title of Finno-Ugric Capital of Culture 26. There were serious discussions here. Eventually Hancock decided to apply. It got the title, and now we are at the start of this flagship event of the Cultural Capital Year, Juhannus Midsummer Solstice Celebration. And importantly, I think some of the best Finno-Ugric activists and experts are here in this room, and to me this is a small Finno-Ugric miracle that we are witnessing right now. A few words about this second Finno-Ugric Open Forum. Why second? Well, the first one was held last August in Narva, Finno-Ugric Capital of Culture 2025, which means that Hancock is actually starting what we could say a small Finno-Ugric tradition. And it's also nice to have that continuity between previous and current Finno-Ugric Capital of Culture, and the people from Narva are also sending their warm welcome to the people in Hancock and Copper Country. And secondly, what does it mean that it is an Open Forum? Well, historically, international and especially formal Finno-Ugric events often were not that open. Some states, especially the Russian Federation, had a habit of controlling the discourse about Finno-Ugric peoples, their languages, their future, and often controlling the delegations from Russia's Finno-Ugric peoples to events like World Congresses of Finno-Ugric peoples, sidelining or marginalizing many important voices. So we are trying to do the opposite, to give a platform to different voices and perspectives. This is reflected partly in the choice of our panelists here today, but also we have planned open mic session towards the end of the event with participants here in person, but also those who can join via Zoom. This openness also means that we are not necessarily seeking some kind of a consensus or agreement here. We should also be ready to hear inconvenient ideas. Rather, my hope is that we can have open and frank discussions through which we can take this idea of Finno-Ugric solidarity and cooperation forward, potentially in new, untested, exciting directions. And the fact that Hancock is this year Finno-Ugric Capital of Culture is kind of proof that this is possible and this is happening. I also want to extend my thanks to the Finlandia Foundation National, without whose support this event would not take place. We would not be here, many of us would not be here at least. And I'm honored to give the floor to Tommy Flanagan from the Finlandia Foundation National. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is my first time in Hancock High School, so this is a lovely time to be with you all here. Summer vacation, right? But we're back at school, because learning goes on. So hyvät naiset ja herrat, arvoisat vieraat, suurlähettiläs Mikkola ja suomalais-amerikalaiset ystävät, hyvää juhannusta ja tervetuloa Hankokkiin, Pohjois-Amerikan ensimmäiseen suomalais-ugrilaiseen kulttuuripääkaupunkiin. Lämpimästi tervetuloa kaikki. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, Ambassador Mikkola, and Finnish American friends, happy Juhannus, happy midsummer, and welcome to Hancock, the first ever Finno-Ugric capital of culture in North America. It is wonderful to have you all here to celebrate Finnish American and, for us, for the first time, Finno-Ugric community. Welcome all. Finlandia Foundation National is, as many of you know, an organization that supports, promotes, and advances Finnish American culture, heritage, and connections here in the United States. We've been doing it for over 70 years. And every once in a while, something truly new comes along, a new idea, a new program, a new way to engage. And it has really been a year that has forced us to think more broadly about what community and cooperation mean. Often in the realm of Finland or Finnish America in the United States, we talk about Nordic cooperation, right, with our Scandinavian partners and neighbors and friends. Sometimes in Europe and in the US, we talk about the Baltic area, Baltic cooperation with our relatives across the Baltic. But Finno-Ugric is really something new for us. It stretches our idea of community and highlights connections among people that might not be at first self-evident. And if you don't know what Finno-Ugric is, at this point you will. You will learn soon. If you haven't already, you'll be immersed in it today and immersed in it for the rest of the year as we continue with events in the Finno-Ugric Capital of Culture year. We're thrilled to be a proud sponsor of this event for all of the Capital of Culture programming and for this forum. And what I think is important about today's forum, Oliver said it really nicely, it's a conversation about Finno-Ugric matters today, the current state of play, and what comes next, not solely a conversation of what has been. It's an active discussion taking place right here in Hancock, and we're all a part of it. FFN does award grants and scholarships for members of our community who do projects that are relevant for the greater Finnish American community. And this year, the Finno-Ugric focus has encouraged us to look beyond what our regular impact interest is, and has allowed us to even award some small grants to our Estonian friends as well to help get them here, which is really a first for Finlandia Foundation. I also want to look back at where we have come from last fall. In fact, last fall, there was a small delegation from Copper Country, City of Hancock, Visit Kiwana, led by our very own Jim Kurti, Honorary Consul of Finland. And we went to Finland to reconnect in parts of northern Finland. We visited Helsinki, and the delegation also visited our Finno-Ugric friends and connections in Tallinn, Estonia. And now look where we are, actually getting to host our friends here in Hancock together to further the Finno-Ugric discussion. So I want to acknowledge the great work of all of our partners, the Uralic Center of Estonia, Finno-Ugria, City of Hancock, Visit Kiwana, the Finnish-American Heritage Center of Finlandia Foundation, and all of our staff and friends for help making this happen. So today I hope you learn a lot, expand your horizons, and most of all be together in good conversation and in good company. Kiitos paljon ja nauttikaa tänäpäiväisestä foorumista. Kiitos paljon.
This is a very good time to also acknowledge the support of the Estonian American National Council, and we have a representative here this morning. Her name is Lelo Linask. Lelo, if you could stand up, please. Through their generous support, we were able to get some of our friends here from Estonia, but also they're responsible for the displays that you will see in the auditorium when you have a chance to look, either today or tomorrow. Next, it's our honor to have with us through a video message His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Estonia, Alar Karis, and Oliver is ready to go.
Dear fellow Finno-Ugrians, happy to greet you from sunny Estonia, from the other side of the globe, where your kins are living and pursuing for their happiness. I would like to congratulate Hancock and Finnish society around there for taking up the challenge to organize the second Finno-Ugric Open Forum. It is an honor, of course, but also a responsibility. I am glad that started last year in Narva has found its continuation. I am also glad that Finno-Ugric Days have reached the other side of the world, to America. We, Finno-Ugrians, have a long history. We are one of the oldest group of nations in Europe, but we reached already almost about 9,000 years ago. We have seen good times and hard times, but despite of occasional difficulties, we have had strength to preserve our heritage, keep up our Finno-Ugric spirit with its core traditions. Saying that, we should not forget our kin who are living in the east, very close to our cradle, close to the regions where our great ancestors began their journey to discover new pastures for settling in. They need our encouragement and attention. Dear friends, I would like to praise the Finnish community of Hancock. I know how challenging it is to stay in touch with the identity of your ancestors, to stay in command of the language, to remember what is kalakukko, kiluleib, the very worst. I vividly recall the stories from the exiled societies of Estonia, how much additional effort it takes to get the children speak Estonian, know Estonian core literature and history, happily dance folk dances, and sing along the folk songs. Finno-Ugric peoples should stand together. I am pleased to see that the spirit of cooperation and unity is thriving in Michigan, as it is in a number of other places. Last year, I visited the Estonian House in Chicago and spent a wonderful day with the Estonian community there. I learned that the local Finnish and Estonian communities interact closely, and that the Estonian House is often also at the disposal of the Finnish community. That's how it should be. The more we stand together, the stronger and more resilient we are. To conclude, keep together, come together, Let your spirit fly freely. Hold on to your uniqueness, what makes you who you are. This is a richness you have inherited from your parents, from your grandparents, from your grandparents. Cherish it, preserve it. When your life is much richer, when your life seems beautiful, then it has its own deep and mysterious meaning. I wish you all the best. Elagu Soome-Ugri rahvad.
Next, it's my pleasure and honor to introduce Her Excellency, the Ambassador of the Republic of Finland, Leena Kaisa Mikkola, who has been behind-the-scenes mover and shaker in regards to this event as well, and in many ways. So having her here, she has also brought others with her. So please warmly welcome Ambassador Mikkola.
Dear friends, it is really a great pleasure to join you today at the Finno-Ugric Forum here in Hancock. First of all, I'd like to extend my warm congratulations to Hancock on its designation as Finno-Ugric Capital of Culture this year. This recognition is a testament not only to the city's rich cultural heritage, but also to the dedication of generations of people who have preserved and celebrated their roots, while at the same time building vibrant communities far from their homelands. It's especially significant, as we heard, that this is the first time this title is awarded in North America and outside the traditional Finno-Ugric territories. This makes the designation truly historic and highlights the unique role that the Finnish-American and broader Finno-Ugric communities are playing here. And as Ambassador of Finland to the United States, I can think of few places more fitting for this gathering than Hancock. Here on the shores of Lake Superior, the story of Finnish migration, perseverance, and community building is really woven into the very fabric of the city. Yet Hancock's story is also part of a larger story, one that connects people and communities across continents through shared Finno-Ugric heritage. We know that the Finno-Ugric peoples are spread across a vast geographic area. Our histories may have taken different paths, and our societies may face different challenges, as the President of Estonia also mentioned. Yet we are all connected by cultural traditions, by a deep respect for nature, by the importance we place on education and community, and a shared understanding that identity is something to be nurtured and passed on from one generation to the next. The Finno-Ugric world is thus in many ways a remarkable example of how cultural identity can endure across borders and across time. It reminds us that heritage is not only about the past, it's a living resource that helps us navigate the future. In today's world, where societies are becoming ever more interconnected, cultural heritage is sometimes viewed as something separate from international cooperation or economic development, but it might not be that simple. Our roots help us engage with the world more confidently. Communities that know who they are and where they come from are often better equipped to build partnerships, embrace innovation, and work constructively with others. Cultural identity and international cooperation can thus reinforce one another. This is something that my country, Finland, has experienced throughout its history. We are proud of our language, our traditions, and our cultural heritage. At the same time, Finland has always looked outward. We have built strong international partnerships, promoted trade and innovation, and worked actively with the international community. The same can be said of many Finnish Americans and members of other Finno-Ugric communities. They have preserved their heritage while contributing to the development of the United States. They have strengthened local communities, built businesses, advanced science and education, served in public life, and enriched American culture. The Finnish-American or Finno-Ugric story is therefore not only a story of migration, it is also a story of connection. It demonstrates how heritage can serve as a bridge rather than a boundary. Looking ahead, we would very much like this bridge to continue to grow. We encourage Finnish-American communities to remain actively connected with Finno-Ugric communities in the United States under a broader Finno-Ugric umbrella. I also hope that these connections will extend more strongly across the Atlantic. Finno-Ugric communities in the United States, I'm sure, are warmly welcome to engage with Finno-Ugric life in Europe. Couple of words about Finland-United States relations. The relationship between Finland and the United States is exceptionally strong. Our countries cooperate closely in trade, research, education, security, and defense. The partnership between Finland and individual American states, including Michigan, continues to grow. But relationships between nations are not built by governments alone. They are built also by people. They are built by students studying abroad, by researchers working together, by businesses creating new partnerships, by artists sharing their work, and by families maintaining their ties across generations and oceans. They are built by communities such as this one here in Hancock. The many Americans with Finnish and broader Finno-Ugric roots represent a unique asset for transatlantic cooperation. They bring cultural understanding, historical knowledge, and personal connections that help strengthen ties between our countries. Moreover, they bring vitality to the transatlantic relations, which is very important and needed during these times that we are now living. So in a time where international relations can sometimes seem distant or abstract, people-to-people connections remain among the most powerful forms of diplomacy. They create trust and remind us that international cooperation ultimately serves us, human beings. And this is one reason why gatherings such as this here is so important. At the same time, it's good to recognize that Finno-Ugric cooperation today takes place in a very different international environment than it did, for example, 5-6 years ago. Our gathering today is therefore an occasion not only for celebration, but also an occasion for reflection for the future. A war of aggression has taken place in Europe now more than 4 years. Ukraine's fight, we know, it's not only about territory. It's about the fundamental principles that underpin international cooperation. Respect for sovereignty, respect for rights of nations, and peoples to determine their own future and maintain their identity. Ukraine is also home to Finno-Ugric communities, including the Hungarian minority of Transcarpathia, whose cultural traditions form part of the rich diversity of that region. This war has profoundly affected the broader landscape of international cooperation throughout Europe and beyond. Genuine dialogue, we know, can only flourish when it's accompanied by respect for international law and respect for sovereignty of nations and people. This is why support to Ukraine is not separate from our discussions about cultural cooperation. It is directly connected to it. The preservation of languages, cultures, and once again, identities depends on freedom. Communities can only thrive when they are able to express themselves openly and determine their own future. This also applies to the Finno-Ugric peoples in Russia. So, as we celebrate our shared heritage today, we should therefore also reaffirm our support for those who are defending these fundamental values, heritage and identity of them. Finno-Ugric community has always demonstrated resilience. Across centuries, our peoples have preserved their language, traditions and identities despite immense challenges. That resilience remains an inspiration today. So looking ahead, I believe there is every reason for optimism. Digital technologies are creating new opportunities to connect communities across continents. Young people are finding innovative ways to engage with their heritage. Researchers, artists, educators and cultural organizations are building new networks and partnerships. Every generation renews this cooperation in its own way. What matters is that we continue to invest in connections, continue to share knowledge and experiences, and continue to cherish our identities. Most importantly, we must ensure that younger generations see cultural heritage as not something as distant or static, but as something relevant to their own lives and futures. The story and future of the Finno-Ugric peoples is still being written in Finland, Estonia and Hungary. It is being written here in Hancock and throughout North America. It is written wherever people choose to preserve their heritage while engaging confidently with the wider world. A future built on cultural confidence, people-to-people connections, openness, cooperation and mutual respect. And a future in which our shared heritage continues to serve as a bridge between communities, nations and generations. Thank you once again for work that each of you does here to keep these traditions alive. Thank you for welcoming me to Hancock, and thank you for helping ensure that the Finno-Ugric story continues to inspire future generations on both sides of the Atlantic. Aitäh, köszönöm szépen, kiitos, and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to Ambassador Mikkola for these very important messages. Now we have a 5-minute break until we start with the first panel of today, which is called The State of the Finno-Ugric World. And I also ask the panelists to come here around the table.
It's probably easier with two of us.
It's in the frame. We can, I mean, well, that's not the, no, go over here. Sorry. This is the wide angle. Is that what you want?
Maybe a little bit, like bring it to the...
Yeah.
It's a little bit like behind the table. Maybe put it
Or move it over a
Yeah,
little.
you tell me what's good.
Okay, yeah, all right. What's that? Oh yeah, I've been a Sony guy for a long time. 4 of them, the A7S. The A7S, I started that generation. I've been upgrading ever since then. That's A7 IV, A7S 3. Yeah, okay, same as that one here. Yeah.
right. So can everybody hear me? Not yet? Okay. So welcome back. We will start with our first panel of the day, which is called The State of the Finno-Ugric World. Of course, we're not going to give in 45 minutes a full and complete overview of this rather broad and complex topic, but hopefully we'll at least speak about something related to it and have a good discussion. Let me first start by introducing our panelists. So to the right of me, Antti Lillak from Estonia. He's a popularizer of history and archaeology, and his day job is museum educator at the Estonian National Museum in Tartu. He's also a Finno-Ugric activist in Estonia, board member of Finno-Ugric Institution, which is Estonia's largest and best known Finno-Ugric organization. And Antti is also active in the Finno-Ugric youth organization Hõimulõimed in Estonia, which has also several other members here in Hancock today. And Antti is also a musician in several bands. I have lost count how many bands. And so I'm very, very glad to have Antti here. Next, we have Alexandra Kellner. Alexandra is a linguist who moved to Finland from Canada around 20 years ago. She works as a Finnish-English translator and editor at Finland's Prime Minister's office. But she's also a Finno-Ugric activist, a board member of the organization Sukukansojen Ystävät, or Friends of the Finno-Ugric Peoples, which is one of the main organizations also involved in the coordination of this Finno-Ugric Capitals of Culture program. Alexandra is very talented in languages, speaks many, and has a special interest in the Komi language and people. Next we have Bogata Timar from Hungary. Bogata is a Hungarian linguist and Finno-Ugricist who lives in Estonia. She is also probably the leading Finno-Ugric influencer on social media, with a large number of followers on X and Threads, which are, I'm sure we will also start following her. And her research focus is on Finno-Ugric peoples in Russia's Volga basin. Next we have Vitaly Romashkin. Vitaly is member of the Erzya national movement and the decolonial movement of Russia. He participates in an organization called the Free Nations League. Vitaly is member of the Council of Elders of Erzya national movement, but he lives not too far from here in Cleveland, Ohio. It is also known that he has written at least one poem in Estonian. And the last speaker, last but not least, we have Rune Bjerkli. He has worked to advance the rights of Kvenes and Finnish-speaking minority in Norway and the wider Nordic region. He was also named the Nordic Kven of the Year 2024. So he lives in Norway, and interesting fact, Rune has graduated from Indiana University, Bloomington. And this is also the reason why we have Norway's flag there in the back, in addition to other Finno-Ugric flags, and of course the host flag of the US. So this is our panelists. I will begin by asking a few questions from each of you, and then I think we'll have more of a discussion. So let's start with Antti. As I said, you're a museum educator at the Estonian National Museum, which probably has the best exhibition of Finno-Ugric peoples in the world. That's I think so. In your work, you often tell visitors, probably also from the US, about Finno-Ugric peoples, how Estonians relate to them, what does this Finno-Ugric language family mean? What, in your view, should Finnish Americans and people of Hancock and anybody in America who is interested in languages and peoples of the world, what should they definitely know about Finno-Ugric peoples, their origin, their history, and also their present challenges?
Thank you, and hello everyone. about the Finno-Ugric peoples, I think the most the most important thing that unites us, facts, based on facts, is this linguistic, this closeness, that we come from the same linguistic family, and that thousands of years ago there probably was this ancestral language. We call it the Proto-Uralic language scientifically, and that somewhere in northern Eurasia there was this group of people who spoke this ancestral language, and as smaller groups moved elsewhere at different times and to different directions, with every generation languages of these groups became more and more different, and therefore this instead of one easily understandable, mutually understandable language, we have several dozens of them nowadays. And linguistically, it's a pretty proven fact that we have this this common ancestry, which doesn't mean that we are related genetically, because we have ancestors from like different directions and from different peoples as early as centuries and millennia of Stone Age. And also the attempts to find this similarities in ethnography or folk culture have not been very successful, because some of the Finno-Ugric peoples live far north in tundra, like the Sami people or the Nyenets people. The others live in this quite moderate northern climate, like Finns, Estonians, Mari or Udmurt people, and some like Hungarians in Central Europe, which means that over time people have not been kind of tied to their ancestral way of living, but they have adopted different ways of living and kind of like strategies. So merely scientifically speaking, this linguistic similarity and common ancestry is the only thing that we have pretty much. But it's also important to point out that in, let's say, the last 200 years or so, there has been a pretty vital idea of Finno-Ugric cooperation and movement, first among the very small circles of scholars and educated people, but over time more and more democratized. And this is why we are here. This idea of relatives cooperating, doing things together, is also quite important nuance here, important factor. And it may have very different, like, how to say, aspects. Cooperation may be based on political movements, or art and literature, or whatever. Like, there are no real limits in this, I'd say.
Thank you very much, Antti, for this this overview. Now maybe we can turn our focus a little bit more on Finno-Ugric peoples in the Russian Federation. Historically, this has been some kind of a focus of Finno-Ugric research and cooperation. And I would like to ask from Alexandra, who has also spent much time in different Finno-Ugric regions in Russia, including and maybe especially in Komi Republic. How would you describe to North American audiences the current state of Finno-Ugric peoples in Russia, and also maybe the key changes that have taken place over the past 4 or 5 years?
Thank you. Kiitos. Huomenta kaikille. This is kind of a difficult question, actually. It would have been easier to answer about how it was maybe 5 years ago or a bit before then, because we were constantly involved with each other. We would go to each other's festivals, each other's conferences. We had friends. We spoke day to day. We might have some issues getting across with visas or invitations or some kind of bureaucratic stuff, but it was never uncertain that there was never any doubt that we would see each other again. Nowadays, it's quite difficult to get a clear picture. I would say the situation, certainly the war, well, first there was COVID, and then our cooperation slowed down, and then the war brought a stop to it almost completely. So official institutional cooperation between, for example, Finnish and Russian universities had to stop. Understandably, the war has had a massive impact. The focus in society is maybe not so much on preserving culture, where there's people are dying. There are people, especially people from rural communities where most Finno-Ugric peoples live, are especially affected by the war. And a few, maybe 15 years ago, an education reform started in Russia that removed the regional elements in a lot of ways. So it made it so that in order for children to get education in their mother tongue, or even of their mother tongue, they had to request it. And it hasn't been easy to do so. So the languages, of course, there are people who speak them. It's not that nobody speaks them, but the transmission from generation to generation, similarly to here, where people don't speak Finnish anymore, that's also happening a lot in Russia, in many republics. I'm not sure. I think it's not all negative. There are young people who are active on social media. Thankfully, we have the technology that we have, and it unites us even if our borders are closed. And I hope that the situation will get better. But right now, maybe I would say it's not great.
Thank you, Alexandra. During these Finno-Ugric Open Forums, we kind of take stock of what has also happened in the Finno-Ugric world over the past year or so. And this is why it's great to have Bogata here. So clearly one of the most significant events in the Finno-Ugric world over this past year have been parliamentary elections in Hungary, which were held this spring and led to major changes. Bogata, in your view, what was the significance of these elections, not just maybe in a political sense, but let's say like for the Hungarian people, culture, and society in general, and also in the context of Finno-Ugric cooperation? Could we expect that the new government, new parliament in Hungary could, in theory, be more open to Finno-Ugric cooperation?
Yes, Hungary has had a very interesting year so far. For 16 years, we had one prime minister and one regime, Viktor Orban's one, and we know that he is he's been quite hands-on with basically everything, including culture. And personally, he was not very interested or invested in Finno-Ugric issues. He has had a history of trying to steer attention away from the fact that Hungary does belong to the Finno-Ugric nations. And but it was until April 2026, And now we have a new prime minister, and who has promised not just, he has promised a regime change. And I think that is something that we should focus on. So we did not get rid of a prime minister that doesn't like the Finno-Ugrics. Therefore, now we get a prime minister who likes the Finno-Ugrics, and now we are saved. But actually, we do not know very much about what our new prime minister, Péter Magyar, thinks of anything Finno-Ugric. He hasn't talked about it at all. What he has talked about is cutting down corruption, restoring democracy, and making how to say, like where funding and grants go, making it like clear what goes where, and to a movement that is based on science and culture, which is the Finno-Ugric movement. It is mostly on scientific and cultural grounds. I think it's the best news that we could get, because these endeavors cannot thrive on a corrupt regime. We shouldn't be. It shouldn't depend on the personal tastes and interests of a leader. It should be dependent on the strength of the project, its impact, its and like how well it is written. And so therefore, I think I am really looking forward to a kind of Hungary where if I submit an application or whatever, then I don't have to make personal calls to some friends here and there, but trust the system, and therefore rely on a safe assessment. So I think that is a great news for Hungary if we have now a new government who is very interested in restoring such processes. Of course, it would be nice if our prime minister was obsessed with Finland or something, but we have not heard about such a thing yet. Maybe he will be. We do know that our Minister of Social Affairs is interested in the Estonian e-state, and we have a new ambassador to Estonia, which is who's been very active and who wants to learn and transfer Estonian know-how to Hungary as much as possible. So we already have seen a bit of surge of interest towards the north, but we will see most of, it's only been like 2 months. So, and our new government has been, it was inaugurated just a month ago. We have a lot to do, like honestly. But I think I'm not often an optimist person, but in that regard, I think we have reason for optimism.
Thank you very much, Bogata. So, as I understand, what you're saying is that the new government may not be so actively keen on Finno-Ugric issues right now, but at least that conditions for Finno-Ugric cooperation have improved on the state level, maybe as a result of that also then on a societal level. And I really appreciate this thought that you had that for culture to thrive, there has to be some kind of an honest, transparent state, that corruption and culture don't match very well. Yeah, thank you. So I understand also you will be speaking tomorrow more about how Hungarians are related to Finno-Ugric family?
Yes, if you've been wondering that all your life, then you can come and you learn.
Right, thank you, Babata. So now, next we have Vitali. So you're an active member of the Erzya national movement. So Erzya are one of the Finno-Ugric peoples whose traditional territories are in this Volga basin in central Russia. But you're also taking part in wider decolonial processes around Russia as a member, also as a participant in the Free Nations League, for example. So could you tell what are the political aims of Erzya national movement, and how does the movement see the future of its Erzya homeland, and also the future of the Russian Federation?
Thank you, Oliver. I actually prepared a statement, and I try to reflect the topic about geopolitics, about state of Finno-Ugric world, and also there is part that answers your questions as well. So to save the precious time and limited time of the forum, I'd like to present a statement which answers all the questions and vision. All right. Good morning, dear Finno-Ugric friends. I'm glad to greet you on behalf of the Erzya national movement. Thanks to the Finno-Ugric Capitals of Culture program, Finno-Ugric cooperation has reached a new level. The most important element is that this initiative comes not from the governments, but from civil society activists. Year 2026 marks a new milestone of the Finno-Ugric Capitals of Culture program. The participation in this initiative by the city of Hancock, Finno-Ugric Kindred Peoples Cooperations this year became transatlantic or transcontinental, reaching Finno-Ugric settlers in the United States, thus gaining an opportunity to further promote awareness about Finno-Ugric peoples and their dreams and concerns now in the United States. During dark and tragic times for Europe, the importance of Finno-Ugric cooperation is relevant as never before. The evil empire, the so-called Russian Federation, is waging war in Europe against Ukraine and once again is trying to break apart our common Finno-Ugric world by setting the Finno-Ugric peoples stuck inside of the Russian Federation against our kindred peoples who managed to create and defend the independent states in the West. By waging a war against Ukraine, an ultimate act of betrayal of the neighboring country, whom they called brotherly nation, the Russian Federation completely discredited itself and cannot be trusted neither by international community nor subjects of its federation. The Russian Federation has no moral right not only to represent the interests of peoples, but also it has no right to its very existence. The Russian Federation's policies will lead to its collapse. The collapse is inevitable. It is a geopolitical reality that cannot be ignored. For over 6 centuries, the Erzya people was subjected to the destructive colonial practices of the Russian Empire, such as genocide, forced russification, and brutal attempts to eradicate our culture and spiritual system. For centuries, our people fought back. There were multiple uprisings that claimed the lives of our glorious ancestors. Later, in the 20th century, when the Russian Empire transformed into Soviet Union, once again, the very best and most passionate representatives of our nation were killed for trying to preserve and develop our language and identity. The Soviet Union collapsed, but the evil empire remained, this time transforming into the Russian Federation, and yet again, now in the 21st century, our national activists have been persecuted by the Russian state, and our people are brainwashed against our kindred peoples in the West and against the international community. The primary goal of the Erzya national movement is the preservation of the Erzya people, their development and realization of their national, economic, political, and other rights. This is only possible in an independent state, Erze master. We are fighting to reclaim what is our. Our goal is to realize the right to self-determination, to restore our native language, culture, and the basic rights of which our people were systematically deprived. This is what we are fighting for. Geopolitical state of the Finno-Ugric world can be characterized by the main category, which is the division between two groups of kindred Finno-Ugric peoples. First group of highly successful independent nation states, nations who managed to break free from Moscow's tight grip, and another group of many peoples that are still held captive by Russian Empire. First group of nations where peoples can exercise their rights and freedoms and preserve their ethnic identity, and captive nations of the Russian Federation that are brought to the brink of extinction by the Russian Empire. The Erze national movement continues to promote the idea of politicization of the Finno-Ugric movement. Politicization and self-determination will bring our peoples to creation of full-fledged states, because only independent states will allow us not only to preserve our languages and cultures, but will secure our identity and success for the future generations to come and allow steady development, solidarity, and cooperation for the Finno-Ugric world. In the current geopolitical reality, Finno-Ugric movement is experiencing a crisis of goal setting. The Erze national movement firmly believes that the goal of the Finno-Ugric movement must be the liberation of Finno-Ugric nations from Russian colonial oppression. Once liberated, Finno-Ugric nations and their independent nation states will embark on a path to restoring their identity and will be able to fix all those problems that Finno-Ugric activists have been talking about for decades. Perhaps the moment and setting is just right for the next step in the evolution of Finno-Ugric world and movement for liberation of Finno-Ugric peoples will emerge from today's Finno-Ugric Open Forum in this great city of Hanko. Thank you.
Thank you, Vitali, for very clearly stating what are the goals of the Erze national movement. We have also here in the among the audience and probably later from via Zoom representatives of Russia's Finno-Ugric people. So I expect also to hear different multiple perspectives, which is very much the objective of this event. Multiple perspectives about the future of Russia's Finno-Ugric peoples and Russia as a state, in fact. So our last speaker today is Rune Bjerkli. And so Rune, Kvenes are one of the indigenous communities with Finno-Ugric roots from northern Scandinavia, Norway in particular, but also Sweden. So in Norway, where you live, Kvenes have the status of a national minority, but unlike the Sami, not of an indigenous people. In your view, what is the situation of the Kvene people today, and why should the wider Finno-Ugric world be interested in their story?
Thank you, Oliver. First of all, I as mentioned before, I studied at Indiana University, and it's been 30 years, and it's wonderful to be back. Really. I'm also an American citizen. As Oliver said, I'm a Kvene, I'm a Norwegian, and I'm also Sami. So if you feel like I'm a schizophrenic here, you know, that's the reason. The situation for the Finnish minority in Norway and Sweden, I'm the vice chair of a Nordic Kvene organization. I'm from Norway, and the Swedes are funding me. In Norway and Sweden, I would say that 50% of the people in the north are Finnish, or are Finnish descendant, and I think that's it really comes to a head here in this area, because we know that there's a lot of people that migrated from Norway and Sweden to the United States. But those people who came here, they were headhunted. They were headhunted to work in the mines. They were very resourceful people, just like you. So the uncle of my grandfather, he came to this area, Mattis Reiersen. He changed his name to Reiersson. He met a Finnish woman, married, and got a lot of children. And I'm going to meet a relative of mine in Milwaukee when I sadly leave this place. So that is my take on it, that the Finnish people are a resource. They are renowned for being very hardworking. I will say that the only people that's working harder than the Americans are Finnish people. Yeah. The situation for the Finnish-speaking people in northern Norway is that we've had tried to revive the language among the youth, because the language has gone through assimilation processes both in Sweden and Norway. So we've had a very good situation around 1995 when we had like 1,000 kids in school taking Finnish lessons in Norway. Then we get all these minority rights, and then the numbers start plumbing. So now it's only like 400. But now we see a little bit, it's going up again. And I'm not going to take responsibility for that, but we started like a scholarship program that we are giving some grants to kids trying to take in like Finnish lessons in high school and also in high school. And so we've had an increase now lately in the last 2 years. Another thing is that we need more cultural awareness to build the Finnish culture in Norway. Everybody knows sauna, also in Norway. And most people know that it's an Estonian-Finnish tradition. That has been reviving, but also would like to get more like true Finnish culture also in Norway and in Sweden. So that's also a little bit on the uphill front now, because the governments are supporting efforts on the cultural front. But it tends to be, when people are not aware of the culture, they start to build a new culture. So it's not really like the true ancient or archaic culture, if you like. And another aspect which I've kind of like mentioned is history. The people who came here from northern Norway, they were headhunted. They were not just poor people from the south coming here to try to get a better life. So that's an aspect of a history I would like to improve, because the better a history you have, the better a future you have. And I feel like both in Norway and Sweden, the governments is not really supporting the history. And as Oliver mentioned, that my Sami identity is indigenous, but my Kven identity is a national minority. I think that's wrong. So we need to, the governments of Norway and Sweden needs to also focus on the Finnish history in public life. And for instance, now that it is very distinct definition between indigenous people and national minorities, both in Norway and Sweden. In Norway, it's like that, okay, people who lived there when the country was funded, like let's say 1814 or 1751, when the borders were established between Norway and Sweden. The people living there at the time, they were indigenous. So it's very important, for some reason, that the Finns were not in Norway until 1751. But we know that, you know, if you do the research, there were Finnish people all the time up in the north. So I would like to work more on the history part. So hopefully we can. We also use this as an opportunity to tell about the great Finnish history that we have, because I would like to also. It's kind of like doom and gloom with regard to Ukraine and Russia, but we also need to look ahead and find what is positive. And yeah, I might come back to that later on. Did I talk about anything now that I should? Is it okay? Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Rune. So, as already somehow I think has been noted here, is that as a result of Russia's full-scale aggression against Ukraine, official contacts between Estonia and Finland on the one hand and Finno-Ugric organizations in the Russian Federation on the other have been frozen, suspended, and this of course has led to a crisis in this Finno-Ugric cooperation on multiple levels: academic, civic, cultural. Hopefully there are still some personal contacts, but this we don't know so much about. However, this war will be over at some point. What, in your view, dear panelists, will this Finno-Ugric cooperation be like sometime after the war? Will it go just back to how it was before in terms of its thematic focus, regional focus, institutions that existed before? Or will something substantial change or have to change? And also, do you see a possibility of some kind of Finno-Ugric reconciliation down the road? If somebody wants to maybe go first, just let me know.
Definitely, it's impossible to go back to the patterns that we used to have in the previous decades. It wouldn't be possible because the old structures, the old organizations don't work anymore, simply. And the people who were in the forefront of this Finno-Ugric activism in the early 90s, which was really fruitful time, they simply have become like they simply retire and be out of this like active work because they have become older and what the younger generation is doing we don't know yet, or what they are planning to do, or whether they find some kind of like rebirth in their ethnic consciousness, because it is very often the case that young people in their teens, for example, they don't feel the need to get connected with their roots or their ancestry, but over time they will often find this way. Whether the Finno-Ugric peoples in Russia get this to this, or maybe they cling to other aspects of their ancestry. We don't know. I think at least some of them will find Finno-Ugric thing for them, and then it's up to people, up to personal contacts, how the new structures and ways of cooperation are going to be formed. A bit unpredictable, but I think that despite these years of being silent, I mean this like since the COVID times and then the full-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine, we have been silent, but like there is this constant state of being ready and to observe and pioneer the possibilities. with as little means or like possibilities that we have, the social media in the first place, for example, that who is posting interesting and relevant content for us, whether they can be our future cooperation partners or not, we don't know yet, yes. Because not every content in the internet is promising either, like you can find everything there, after all, absolutely everything, yeah.
I agree very much with a lot of what Antti said, especially about the idea that there really is no going back to the original structures. It takes, as everyone here who's ever done any work with organizations or in the workplace or anything where people have to work together, it takes a long time to build networks, but it's really, they can be closed off and shut down very quickly. So I think we're going to have to move in new directions. These kind of fora that we've had previously between Finno-Ugric peoples on both sides of the Russian border, this same structure isn't something I think we can go back to. But I think exactly what we're doing here is creating new infrastructure. And I think communities of various Finno-Ugric peoples abroad, outside of their original homelands, have a big role to play. The Estonians have been very good at this and getting involved, groups of Udmurts and Maris and Komis, for example, who are living in Estonia. And now recently in Finland, we've had more involvement from Komi people who live in Finland. So sort of ways to build networks with the people we can build with. And then hopefully, I mean, here's hoping that the war does not last forever. These people can serve as a bridge for whatever structures emerge through afterwards. I think whatever infrastructure we want to come up with depends on what that whole area looks like after the war is over. So again, unpredictable, but we're ready.
Maybe I just add one or two words. Yeah. While very much agreeing with Antti and Alexandra, who have been involved in this for quite some years. And it's just the fact that this is a question that we get asked quite a lot. Now there's war, what now? What's going to happen? And so, of course, it very much depends on how the war ends. So what kind of a political situation awaits us? And but I find it quite possible that the wounds being created right now will take long time to heal. And the places and the people we have come to love and know, they have changed as we have changed as well throughout this horrible ordeal. But what I always answer to everybody who asks this question is that once we are in it, like I think you can relate once you are in something that is so close to your heart and you've invested so much of your life into it, you simply cannot just stop doing it because the conditions are not ideal anymore. Therefore, as Alexandra said, it just comes out in different ways. You do what you can, basically. And you hope, and you know, don't just hope, you know that there are quite a lot of people who are also doing what they can. And that's something that we can build on once there's a different situation.
When the full-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine happened, from the start of this invasion, I remember some Finno-Ugric scholars were saying all wars sooner or later will end. And then it was 1 year since the beginning, and now it's almost now it's already 5 years of this aggression, and we don't know how long it will continue, but national movements of the captive nations, they believe that it will lead to the collapse of the Russian Federation, collapse to this imperial system. And really, when we talk about coming back to normal, what does it really means, normal? Because the Finno-Ugric cooperation continued for many decades, and if we see all the numbers, we can only see that Finno-Ugric nations were declining in its population, like only during times of being since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Only since that time, many of Finno-Ugric nations lost half of their population. Of course, those people are not physically disappeared, but they lost their identity. Many people, they just lost their identity, and Russian policies are always about deception, and we should think about how not to be fooled again by the Russian state, and we need to support the liberation of Finno-Ugric nations.
Thank you, Vitaly. And then just very briefly, please, Rune, before we wrap up.
If I have a brief, what we're doing here is now using our freedom of speech. And that is very essential, because in Russia you don't have a freedom of speech. In order to get freedom of speech, we need to do, as Mikola mentioned, soft diplomacy is the long-term goal that we have to employ. Because in the end, it is not Putin who is the problem. It was not Stalin who was the problem. It was not the Tsar in Russia that was the problem. It is the people that do not have freedom of speech. That's why we have NATO. We have to have, that's why we are fighting. We have to defend ourselves through hard work. And that is the long-term goal after the war, I think.
I would like to thank our panelists for these very interesting, indeed, quite diverse perspectives. I believe that at least the message that I received from all of you is that despite the challenges and crises right now, there is, the Finno-Ugric cooperation is not over, that some kind of a future awaits it. And my personal hope is that in this new or next stage of Finno-Ugric cooperation, of course, North America will also play an important role, and also you here in Hancock. This is some kind of an indirect consequence, actually, of everything that has happened in the past decade or so. I think there is reason to be a little bit optimistic, at least. So once more, thank you. Now we will take a 15-minute, let's say 13-minute break, and we'll be back by, let's say 11:10, and we will start with a second panel, which is about digital life, identity, youth, these kinds of topics. So thank you, and see you shortly.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me? Okay, excellent. Oops, I just spilled coffee all over myself.
The panelists for the next session, please come up to the stage. Mirjami, käyt sä hakemassa ihmisiä? No. Kiitos. All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our second panel discussion, Tradition, Internet, Identity, Who Owns Finno-Ugric Culture in the Digital Age? So, I am Atte Huhtala from Finland, and I will act as the moderator of our session. So a couple of words about the themes of our panel. We live in a world where the internet connects people across continents in real time, and many of us, especially younger generations, have never known a reality without it, or at least cannot remember much of that. For Finno-Ugric cultures, this creates both new possibilities and new uncertainties. Cultural knowledge, language, and identity are no longer shaped only in local communities or through face-to-face interactions. They are also formed in online spaces, in social media, discussion groups, creative platforms, and diaspora networks that span from Europe to North America and beyond. Networks that span from Europe to North America and beyond. Networks that span from. At the same time, this raises important questions. How does distance shape cultural identity? What happens when traditions are shared, adapted, or reinterpreted online? And ultimately, who has the right to define and represent Finno-Ugric culture today? We are especially interested in the transatlantic dimension of this discussion, so how our perspectives differ and connect between those living in Europe and those in diaspora communities, particularly in the United States. So I'm very pleased to briefly introduce our panelists, each of whom engages with these questions from a unique angle. First we have Touko Gage Keränen, who is a Finnish American whose roots are in Kuparisaari, the Kope country. He has spent much of his life with relatives here. He's the Finno-Ugric Public Education and Outreach Coordination for Finlandia Foundation National and member of the Young Leaders Board. Then we have Mirjami Sipilä. Mirjami is working at the intersection of modern and traditional media. For several years, she has been serving as editor-in-chief of her discipline's student-run online journal. This discipline is Finno-Ugric Linguistics. And she is currently also the secretary of the NGO Heimoloimet in Estonia. Popular science, particularly in the fields of linguistics and cultural research, lies at the heart of her work. And next we have Brit Katleen Mere from Estonia. She's a Finno-Ugric activist, head of the NGO Heimoloimet, and a member of the Ural core ensemble Kännupäällä Käpi. She is passionate about contemporary Finno-Ugric youth culture and bringing Finno-Ugric identities into modern spaces through music, online communities, and grassroots activism. Her work focuses on helping younger generations see Finno-Ugric culture as something living, creative, and their own. And it's worth mentioning that the ensemble Kännupäällä Käpi will be performing tomorrow here in Hancock. And then we have Artyom Medvedev, who is originally from the Udmurtia Republic, born and raised. He used to be a participant of Udmurtia Youth Parliament in the past. Nowadays, he's seen as a foreign agent and extremist due to disagreement with official government politics of Russia. So this is from the Russian official perspective. He has donated funds to support young musicians and videographers, and they have created songs, full screen movies, and so on in Udmurt, in the Udmurt language. And lastly, not least, again in Zoom, we have Petter Hutchins, who is a language revitalization activist currently based in Seattle. And they primarily work with the Sami American community, teaching language classes and workshops online and in person. And in addition, they are an administrator for the Sami Discord server. So together our panelists bring perspectives from community building, language revitalization, media, activism and arts. Our goal today is not to reach a single answer, but to open up a conversation, one that reflects diversity, complexity and ongoing evolution of Finno-Ugric cultures in the digital age. So let's get started. We start with opening questions dedicated for each participant, and let's start with Touko or Gage. So, and I add, everyone has roughly 5 minutes to express their ideas. So, you're a Finnish American who has delved deeply into other Finno-Ugric cultures, and now you help to introduce these cultures to others. So how has your position as both an outsider and insider shaped the way you translate these cultures both online and in person? And do you ever worry that something essential might get lost or reshaped in that process?
Huomenta. Tere hommikusta. Welcome everyone. Thank you for being here. I didn't grow up with this knowledge of the Finno-Ugric connection between Finnish Americans and the rest of the world. So it was not common knowledge for myself. And unfortunately, there's no longer any place in the US where you can study Finno-Ugric studies. So this information is not so available to us as it might be in Estonia or in Finland. And to learn about this connection was something recent for me in the last 2 years. And so I recall being disappointed that I couldn't go to the capital of culture, Narva, when it was announced in 2024, when it was first announced. And then in 2025, watching the videos from the Narva Finno-Ugric capital of culture, realizing that the festival would come here was a shock. It was like saying, we are coming to your backyard, because this is home. And so I thought, I can't say that I know any other Finnish Americans or Finno-Upers locally who are aware of this Finno-Ugric connection so much. I don't think it's something in the forefront of our minds. And so I went on this trip through Finlandia Foundation to Latvia, Estonia, and Finland to interview people from different Finno-Ugric communities to get their in-person perspectives on their communities and talk to them and learn directly from them, so that when we do presentations throughout the country, we can hopefully more accurately represent them and their perspectives. And when I do my presentations on this topic and present other resources, I always welcome, of course, feedback, because there's always the opportunity that I may make a mistake or misrepresent information somehow. And so far the feedback has been wonderful, and to develop the presentation with the feedback of the community abroad as well as the local community has been a gift. And to be a part of the Finno-Ugric space, when originally I felt that we were in two completely different worlds, that maybe the Finno-Ugric folks who are in Estonia, Finland, and beyond don't see us here. Now that the capital of culture has come here, it's very much changed my perspective, and I think many people locally are beginning to understand that we have this connection internationally.
Thank you. Next, Mirjami. You work at the intersection of traditional and digital media, shaping how Finno-Ugric topics reach broader audiences. So if we want to communicate these topics to young people, should we continue to use our limited resources to produce magazines, for example, or should we shift entirely to becoming influencers on social media?
Hello, I'm happy to be here. To put it shortly, no. I think these topics are important to be shared as wide audience as possible in different through different generations. No, it's not so straightforward that older people only read like magazines and younger people are also like only in social media. But I know that's the big phenomenon. But I think that as long as older generations hold more resources and in general more power in society, that makes them very important target group for sharing this information. But also, young people are the future, etc. So, what I have my experience is in the student journal, which mostly includes younger people, and currently I'm also the editor-in-chief of Alkukoti, which is a Finnish general interest magazine concentrated on Finno-Ugric topics. And how would I compare this? I think the best possible solution would be like currently in this situation of having this older media and newer types of media would be a synthesis, so both, which means, for example, what I have experience in is that there is, a popularizing article which is dealing with minority questions or something like that. It is published in a printed magazine, of course, which can be physically shared, but also the same article can be published in the internet version, which can be shared further via social media posts. So this is one way to share this same message, but as wide audience as possible. Of course, it's a lot of work, obviously, but I would say that's the best solution. And for example, Alkukoti, which is published by the Friends of Kindred Peoples, has also the blog where you can these texts that are not going to the magazine can be published in the blog, and sharing via internet is quicker by sharing those posts and social media posts. So that is one example of that. But yes, that's probably I don't know that's the situation right now. Maybe I don't know how the future will look like in 50 years. Is it so that people have stopped reading the printed magazines completely, or has there happened some kind of renaissance? We don't know, but we have to work with what we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mirjami. Next I turn to Britt Kathleen. So you spend a lot of time in online spaces where identity and language evolve rapidly. Do you see the internet as the most powerful tool for revitalizing Finno-Ugric languages, or is it also a force that standardizes and in a way flattens them?
I think it's both. It depends on what you do there and how you use it. I would say that, well, let's think about how things used to be. these minority languages, you could read about them in an encyclopedia maybe. There were some textbooks maybe, depending where you are, of course. You would have to go to the library to get the book and then learn from there. If the library didn't have anything, you had no information about what you would have wanted to research. So the internet is a great place where you can, I guess, freely, but also with a very little money, publish all of this information that has been like kept a secret before, not on purpose, of course, or maybe sometimes also on purpose, but it has opened up a whole like part of the world that you might have never known of if it weren't for the internet. And it connects people who are like-minded, people who speak the same language, people who maybe want to learn a language, so they come together and, you know, have online classes, for example. And then there's the other side as well, that social media is very much built around majority languages, and posts that are written in English or in Russian get much more or like a bigger audience, more traffic. And it might, and also I know that it does, make some minority language speakers think that they should post on social media in a majority language for people to understand it and for people to become interested in whatever topic they're talking about. So yes, the flattening does happen, but also there's probably way more positive things about the internet than the negative things. And for example, if I didn't have, let's say, Discord, which is my number one like messaging or staying connected to other people around the world platform, then I would not be able to gain access to so much linguistic knowledge. I would not be able to practice Livonian, for example, which is a language that I guess was lost in my Livonian side of the family, and which I'm trying to learn and to revitalize as well in a way. So to conclude, life is not black and white. Of course, there are positives and negatives, but you just need to take it into your own hands. And internet is a great place because minorities have agency to post and to share whatever they feel that they want to, and whatever they feel that other people should see. It connects people, and it gives us so much insight that would otherwise be a secret.
Thank you for this insightful answer. Next, I'm turning to Artyom. So, Artyom, in your activistic work, you support minority language, udmurt, films, and music, and other kinds of art as well. So this art is often shared online. Who do you feel this art, music, films is created for? Is it for your own community or global audiences or both? And how does this choice shape what and in what way the art is being created?
Hello, terve, Judge Buresh. This is a very good question because for me, I'm from Udmurtia, Russia, but now I live in Florida because I can go to the jail if I will stay in Russia. Easy way to go to the jail to the Russia, say I'm not supporting wasting money on the war. So the answer on this question, it have two different directions. So direction number one, who is the person or persons I'm donating? It's not really big money, like less than 10,000 per year. Who is this person? This person is actually sitting here, and I want to ask my son, Alexander, please stand up for a while. So here is the main goal of my efforts. He is 12. Thank you so much, Tauba Jim. When I became Pukshi, Tau. When I became older, I think like, okay, what I will give to my young generation. I have 2 kids, and I understood like there is a pretty little of the very nice music, very nice videos, and absolutely none the full-size movies on Udmurt language. We are still learning language living here in the USA, and thanks for the online, thanks for the Zoom, thanks for the Skype, which is from Estonia, I guess. Yeah, it still helps us. And I found like if no one else made this nice music and nice videos, probably I can support to the young artist. And the first reason was exactly my son, because I do understand if I will not make this interesting content for him when he is 10 or 11 or 12, he will probably have no chance in the future to be interested in what is my mother made culture, what is my anaikil, we call like the mother language. I do believe like we, Udmurt activists, I'm only about Udmurt activists. I'm unfortunately not really familiar with the Finland activism, Estonia activism I'm interested in, so probably I will have a chance to know more about you guys. We are now focusing on the young generation, and our big step, which we already made, we translated like a 50 plus fairy tales of different Russian small nationalities. That was a big project. There were movies, small cartoons on the Russian languages, and we get the official copyright from the copyright holder, and we translated it to the Udmurtian language. So not only my kid, but almost all kids who right now growing up in Udmurtia or outside is my target, is my goal. Because if we will invest and if we will be able to make a nice content and they will look on this content, not only nice YouTube cartoons, you probably better than me know which cartoons I mean, but also national content in Udmurtian. And if it will be very interesting, yes, we will have a chance to revitalize our culture and our language in the future. Kids, I think that this is our, at least my priority. When we made some research with other activists, we found like we probably can't affect to the teenagers who are, my son will be teenager in the next year, so I already feel he's a little bit moving against from me, so it's normal stuff. So we probably cannot control them. We can probably call them to join our culture. They will have to make this decision later. We probably can't affect on the adult, and of course our grandmothers, we can affect on them and they will love us. My elderly friends, they said, oh, you're making so nice things. Elder generation is already ours. We are good with the elder generation. Thanks for your support. Teenagers and adults, we can probably can't take them to our side, but the kids is my focus. And when I support some things, I'm mostly trying to make the content which kids from 3 to 12 will make like on the YouTube. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And Petter Anne, you actively help run a Sami-focused online community without being a Sami yourself. The role of supporter or an ally for a minority community is very valuable, but also a very sensitive or delicate one. How do you navigate questions of legitimacy and responsibility? And where do you personally draw the line between support and overstepping?
Thank you. You know, this is such a complex and nuanced topic, and I occupy, I am many things for many different people. And for me, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the community that within Sápmi that in a way raised me into the person that I am, which is the community of Gorgaino on the Finnmark Plateau, where I still have many loved ones and friends. And that's really, it really goes back to that community and the relationships that I have and maintain, even so far away from all that I hold dear. You know, and I start from a position of Sami law, ethics, and values. And the way that I move in Sami spaces is very much tied to the teachings that I had. I know that the way that I behave reflects on these people that I love and respect and admire. You know, and so in particular, when I'm about to take an action, I oftentimes will think about how you know, what the woman that I love as a second mother, how that might, what she would think, what her advice would be, and then I hold myself accountable to that community. If I so I have this body of knowledge about, you know, the debates within Sami society, the controversies, and then the things that are not so controversial, you know, sort of more like fundamental information about Sami tradition. And I hold myself accountable to that community, to the people that I know. You know, this is an ongoing dialogue with both, you know, my other team members, and we have, you know, these multi-hour meetings where we talk about all of the issues that are just our Discord server faces, and within the larger context of Sami society. And you know, just to prepare for this panel, I had a impromptu conference with a couple of trusted friends, one of whom being Sami, the other being Karelian, with some long-standing ties to the Sami community, on Discord. And we talked about, you know, we went over these list of questions that you sent and to me, and we discussed them, and you know, I brought up my concerns and my, you know, where I was coming from, and we, you know, so dialogue, and just, you know, yeah, keeping those Sami values close to my heart, you know.
Thank you, Petra-Anna.
Yes, Buoltagaino or Kautokeino in Norwegian.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So let's move on and discuss the questions of identity and belonging. So, what does it mean to have a Finno-Ugric identity today? Can you belong without language or place? How might being with the community or in the diaspora affect one's question? Let's formulate it like this. Is the internet strengthening Finno-Ugric identity or dissolving it into something more global and undefined?
I think that the internet itself provides a network of communication that strengthens an umbrella of a Finno-Ugric identity that crosses cultural barriers, and that's something I feel for certain. Specifically for here, I think when people hear Finnish American, they may perceive what we mean as meaning Finnish, as in today's Finland. But this area is unique because the Finland that our ancestors came from is very different than Finland today, and the influences that have led to the local culture that we have here, specifically in the Copper Country, it is something unique and entirely its own. The way that I like to explain it is that it's like you have the word Finnish American. You have, for example, the colors red and blue. They're two separate colors that are easy to distinguish from each other. But when you combine those two things, they have purple. And purple is also a distinguishable color from blue and red that is on its own. And in that way, I think that the identity here is its own identity that has its own mythology. We have our own music. We have our own arts culture in here. And we have our own dialect of English that is, influenced by Finnish as well. So this is the place itself, and it has its own language in a way that is unique to its area that it's found in. So I think that's why sometimes I specify, when you say Finnish American, you could be mentioning someone from San Diego, Florida. You could be mentioning someone from Texas, any place. But maybe here more specifically, I try to be more clear and say Finno-Ugric, because Ugric is the local identity of this peninsula. And it makes sense because there is such a Finnish influence here. Even if you are not Finnish American, you feel the influence. A lot of people have sauna here who are not Finnish in their background. And I say Finno-Ugric also because so many people here, their backgrounds are not specifically from Finland or Finnish in that way. They could be Kven, they could be Karelian in their roots, they could be Ingrian, etc. And to recognize that, I think this is more adequate a term as well, to recognize the locality of this identity and also the diverse backgrounds that we have that are not specifically just Finnish.
I agree with Gage with sentiment that the internet is strengthening the Finno-Ugric identity in general by allowing people to be in contact with each other and learn about each other and in general knowing about these things. About your question, can someone be Finno-Ugric without speaking the language or living in the area? I started to think about living in the area of the speaking area of Finno-Ugric language, because the American Finnish question especially, like when you look at the maps of Finno-Ugric languages, like typical maps, like where are these spoken, usually it is like many times it is not included, and that raises an interesting question that how long does this group of people have to live in that area and speak Finno-Ugric language in that area until it is considered to be a speaking area of that certain language? I don't have a specific answer for that question, but that's just something that I started to think about, like when are we going to include this to the maps and how do we draw the lines? It's very interesting, especially when people are moving very much more than traditionally. But yes, I think most times it is a combination of very different things. One of them is language, and then there are cultural features and many different points that kind of together create this cultural identity. So it's not so, it is not black and white, to put it shortly.
I do think that you can be Finno-Ugric or have Finno-Ugric identity if you do not speak a Finno-Ugric language. Let us not forget that there are so many people in this world who have been forcefully assimilated into larger cultures, and that was not their choice. Losing the language or the identity was not their choice. So if they refine that and explore that and then acquire that identity again, I think it's a very positive thing. And it is also kind of like a stepping stool for perhaps learning the language. So you don't necessarily need to speak it or speak whatever language to also identify as something. You can identify as one first and then learn the language. So identity questions are very difficult, so we could stay here the whole day talking about identity, and it's also a very sensitive and personal thing, and everyone of course has very different experiences learning about who they are, you know, throughout life. That as a child you see yourself completely different from when you're 20, when you're 50, when you're 90, and of course the Finno-Ugric movement, as Bogata said in the previous panel, is very much based on science and more specifically linguistics. So languages are a big part in the movement. However, I don't think it's necessarily that there are no standards for who can be X, who can be Y. However, from my personal experience, because of people's opinions of, you know, making up these standards for who can be X, Y, Z, I previously mentioned that my great-grandmother was supposedly Livonian. And I do not speak the language, at least not perfectly. I practice as much as I can. And I do kind of feel that like little sparkle of Livonian identity in me growing, and I would love to call myself Livonian. But because of the opinions of the public, I guess, I do not dare to do it very much, at least publicly. So sometimes when we have, or previously, I guess, when Kännu Peal Käbi, our Ural core band, performed, then sometimes we talk about where we are from, and then maybe someone mentions that I have Estonian and Livonian roots. I feel kind of embarrassed or confused, or you know, it makes me feel uncomfortable because I feel like I don't deserve that. And that's a big problem, I think. It shows that we have set these really high standards. I mean, of course, with minority ethnicities or communities, it's a big problem when people come in and they're like, oh, I am now Kven. Did you know that, guys? and there's no like proof or anything that you actually are one. So it just shows that there are many opinions, and that also affects the way we feel as human beings and affects the way we see our own identity, and it does not necessarily 100% depend on what I think. It's also the outside world. I mirror a little bit of what the public discourse currently is on identity issues.
I have 3 samples. So on Instagram, there is a trend when a nice girl said, you wanna date me? Text me, like me, there is no competition. And it makes your immediate boost because every young man or boy says like, oh, like, text. So as a Udmurtian, I can tell the same. If someone wanna join and be our Udmurt, participate our community, no competition, please join us, we will be happy. Even if you don't speak Udmurtian, if you live somewhere else, there is only few of Udmurts, so we are happy to boost our community. Totally zero competition. There is a guy from Nigeria. I probably can make a mistake with his name, Patrice Mbega. He is black in his skin, as probably all people in Nigeria, and he was an exchange student in the Ijevsk. Someone gave him an idea. Hey, you can wear the same wear. You can take a microphone and you can sing Udmurtian song. And he chose the song. Translation will be I'm Udmurt. Mon Udmurt Ademi. He made it. He wasn't a really good singer. But just because of this combination, he is totally black, and he was in a national where this video has so many views, I mean, a lot of comments. And the common sense in these comments was like, hey, this guy, he don't speak Udmurtian, he made a lot of mistakes in his song, but he, in this song, said, I'm proud to be an Udmurtian. And this is what we need as a Udmurtian. We really, really need to be proud. We want to be proud. So when the grandmothers from the Buranova take a second place on the Eurovision, we were proud. When we hear the Tchaikovsky Nutcracker, we was in a Nutcracker here in the Michigan University Ballet, and I told to my son, hey, do you know Tchaikovsky actually from Udmurtia? And the Nutcracker, Lake Swan, he wrote it on the child basis when he was in Udmurtia, when he was a kid. He lived near the lake, and this child memory then transformed to the Lake Swan. That's interesting. So we are really would like to join, would like you or everyone else without any knowledge living in Udmurtia to participate in our community, because I feel like we have zero competition. We can't make a borders like you can be. No, we are in a very, very bad position. We need more participants in our Udmurt-speaking community. And the last sample, my father from the Udmurtia, of course, from the very small village in Malopurginsky district. So you probably never know where is it. And when we saw some family album with the old black and white pictures, photography, I saw he have a really long hair when he was a student. And I asked, like, hey, you doesn't look like you now have very short hair. He said, I was a big Beatles fan. In 70s, everyone was a Beatles fan. So me, my uncle, another uncle, we all was a big fans. And I asked, like, hey, did you understand what the Beatles song about? He said, no, they songs were in English, and we learned German in our Malopurginsky district school. And after that, I feel like probably it's not really necessary to know the language to be a part of this, like in that, for example, fan community. What I found on my example, I didn't know my mother language. Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance. Our parents, our grandparents know it, but somehow they decide not to give us this knowledge. And this is like what exactly you're talking about, forced assimilation. If you teach your kid in minority language in the USSR, and now in Russia, it's not popular. You probably need to make and spend this time to something else. So when I joined the Udmurtian community, in few years, I literally understand. I need to learn this language. No way. And I just started. Fortunately, there is a kind of the Duolingo small application, but our small version, because unfortunately Duolingo doesn't have Udmurtian in his list of the languages. They have Latin, which is pretty nice language, but unfortunately they don't have Udmurtian. Another guy, IT guy, made this Kildishin language application, and we just started with it.
Unfortunately, we have
sorry.
to move on to the very last answer. I'm very sorry, our time is actually has already run out. Please, Petter-Anne, if you could give a very brief answer to this question.
Yes, so I can't speak necessarily to the question of can you be a Sami without speaking Sami. There, just even to summarize the wide-ranging debate that happens in Sápmi around this very question is, way beyond the scope of a panel. I will say that, I could spend the rest of my life translating every single written or recorded thing from North Sami, just from North Sami, to English, and that still would not scratch the surface of the things that people are missing when they don't speak a Sami language. So my advice, especially to Sami Americans who are looking into reclaiming their identity and their culture, is to start with the language. Just because that is the medium by which Sami culture is conveyed.
So, it seems we really have lots of ideas, lots of things to bring on the table when it comes to youthful approach to the Finno-Ugric issues. Our time today was unfortunately quite limited, but I'm still quite happy we got to hear so many insightful and personal perspectives towards the Finno-Ugric topics during the internet age. So, thanks to all of our panelists, and we will conclude this now. Well, no extra words for conclusion. We'll now have a short break, lunch break, and the next panel discussion will begin in 1 hour. Thank you.
The panelists, all the panelists today and the people participating in these panels have a lunch arranged for them in the cafeteria. Unfortunately, we couldn't arrange it for everybody. And we had a food truck coming and the food truck has canceled. So if you have to go away and eat, do it very quickly because you would know how intriguing these panels are. So the panelists and all those people that Oliver has mentioned, they can go to the cafeteria. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hyvää päivää. Tere päivästä. My name is Aleksi Palokangas. I'm the chairman of Sukukansojen Ystävät, the Friends of Kindred Finno-Ugric Peoples. I come from Finland. I've been the chairman from 2023. Sukukansojen Ystävät is among the most prominent NGOs in Finland working on Finno-Ugric issues. I have collaborated with Finno-Ugric Capitals of Culture program since 2021. I'm mostly responsible for promoting the Finno-Ugric Capitals of Culture program in Nordic countries and among the Finnic diaspora worldwide, meaning the closest nations to Finns, meaning Estonians, Karelians, and so on. I'm accompanied by these four fine gentlemen. Next to me is Nate Kilponen-Fix, a native of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, with Finnish heritage from his mother's side of the family here in Hancock. He's a member of Finlandia Foundation's Young Leaders Board and joined Sukukansojen Ystävät as a member in September of last year. He lived in Jyväskylä, also my hometown in Finland, from 2020 to 2024, where he studied at the University of Jyväskylä School of Business and Economics. He currently works as a consultant of Exportmaker, a consulting company which supports Finnish businesses in foreign markets. Then we have Tommy Flanagan. He has served as the Executive Director of Finlandia Foundation National since 2023. Shortly after his appointment, Finlandia Foundation National began a campaign to save the Finnish American Heritage Center here in Hancock. Currently, the foundation operates the center and all of its departments and maintains an office in Pasadena, California, as well as a network of 60 affiliated chapters across the United States. Tommy considers himself half Finnish and half American and is proud of his connections in both countries. He has a BA in Political Science and German Studies and MA in European Studies. Tommy was born and raised in Montana, where he currently lives. Next to him is Jim Kurtti. He is presently the Honorary Consul for Finland in Michigan Upper Peninsula. He is also the chain of Copper Country Finns and Friends, a Finlandia Foundation chapter. For over 2 decades, he was the director of the Finnish American Heritage Center and editor of the Finnish American Reporter. He's also the chair of the committee which has planned this all Finno-Ugric Capital Culture events in Hancock in 2026. In 2024, Finnish government recognized Jim's work by bestowing on him the Order of the Lion, first class. He's a lifelong resident of this area and resides in Painsdale with his wife, Debbie. Then we have Oliver Loode, Estonian activist of the International Finno-Ugric Movement and coordinator of Finno-Ugric Capitals of Culture program since 2013. He's a former United Nations and Council of Europe expert on indigenous peoples and national minority rights. He's also managing director of Uralic Center, an Estonian NGO. And the theme of this panel discussion is North American perspectives. And I think that we start with a short warm-up question that I will shoot to everyone on this table. I would like to know that how do you think Hancock's year as a cultural capital has brought North American perspectives to Finno-Ugric cooperation so far? And remember, this is a short warm-up question, so please be brief. And I would like to hear something from Nate first. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Check, check. Thank you. Just for the fact that Hancock has been selected as a Finno-Ugric capital of culture, and we're included in the conversation. I think if I think from my own perspective and myself, I perhaps am the only member of both Finlandia Foundation and Sukukansi Ystävät. So we're building bridges personally as well.
Yeah, thanks for the invitation to this panel and thinking about we talked about, do you need to be Finno-Ugric, and Thomas Flanagan doesn't sound in any way Finno-Ugric, but here anyway. And I think that bringing this honor or this title of having the Finno-Ugric capital in Hancock, right? I have to admit, when this idea was first floated, I think it sort of came from Jim Kurti this way. It was a slow burn for me, right? Because all the questions that were discussed in the panel before, right? What do we have to do with that? How do we connect to that? How are we going to educate people? But as the idea developed, it became clear that there's so much to learn, right? By throwing the door open to people who don't know about it, that's actually the best way to build any kind of movement, right? The first panel being about activism, you want to have people who don't know what you're doing yet know what you're doing if you're trying to build steam. So for me, the biggest perspective that's being added, is just the opening the door wide and bringing people in who didn't know about it before. My favorite thing, right, when we talk about the Finno-Ugric thing is people are, what is Finno-Ugric? And I'm like, that's exactly where you have to begin, right, about education and awareness. And I think that on the other perspective is what the Finno-Ugric perspective has brought to this place as well.
Thank you.
I appreciate your comments that I've heard already, because it's sort of the desire of us who saw this as an opportunity to reintroduce things that perhaps were once known. I think especially during the turbulent time of the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, there was an awareness among Finnish Americans of their connection to the Finno-Ugric family. And over the years that has diminished, and a lot of times it has to do with things have to settle for a generation, and they come back and they're new. They're new to new people, and they're renewed in us who have known something about it. One thing that I can't help but appreciate is when the Finnish American Heritage Center opened in 1990, one of the feature events of that opening celebration was the films of Lenhart Meri about the Finno-Ugric people. And I have to say, as a person who was relatively much younger then in 1990, it made a big impact on me. And so I had this appreciation for Finno-Ugric identity. But for many people, it's, again, something new. And when I say again, I mean it's new again. That's my perspective.
So I think there are different kinds of maps. There are maps that are printed, and you can look at countries and maybe how different peoples reside in different countries and continents. And then there are mental maps, maps in your own mind. And I think it's fair to say that for a long time, Finnish Americans and other Finno-Ugric communities outside Eurasia have not been part of this Finno-Ugric mental map, and now they are there. It's not only because Hancock got the title of Finno-Ugric Capital of Culture, but also because it is actually living up to it, as we are seeing especially this week as a result of this very rich program, and some small but to me significant symbols like dozens painted cirques, which is a symbol of this cultural capital movement in different in the streets of Hancock, painted by your own people. Maybe somebody here painted them. So these are this is like evidence that Hancock truly has arrived, I would say.
Thank you. That was quite interesting to hear opinion from the man behind the program about how this cooperation has gone so far. Okay, I think we are ready to go into the subject more deeper, and the first topic of this panel, it's about linking Finno-Ugric communities and diasporas today. And I don't know, maybe this comes a little bit too much from the European perspective, but I've been thinking for quite many years about this subject. And first of all, I need to say that you Finnish Americans here have really shown that it's possible to connect Finns across the United States. You have Finlandia Foundation National, you have FinFest, and this Heritage Center here, and so on. But I've been thinking that so perhaps the next step could be connecting Finns in United States and Finns in Canada, or bring Finns and Finns and Estonians together here in United States. But is there something that how this next step could be done, or is my European perspective something that I don't like? Does it leave something that I really can't see? So are these steps that might come naturally, or do you have any challenges associated with them? And I would like to especially hear comments, of course, from Jim and Tommy and Nate. So I would like to hear the first comment from Jim, please.
My sense is that the good news is this, that in many communities there's a lot of exchange between the Estonian Americans and Finnish Americans. Chicago is a good example. New York is another example. I think it's also an example in Toronto, in Canada. And so there's examples where it works quite well. And it kind of makes me think of when I was a child, my hometown was Bruce Crossing, which is middle of nowhere. And people would go to Wisconsin to shop, and so often they'd say, you know, we were in a store and we heard people speaking Finnish, but we couldn't understand a word. It was the Estonian community of Eagle River, Wisconsin. And so there's already this attraction, and I think there's so much commonality in our perspectives, etc., that I think it's very easy to work with Estonians. The smaller groups, of course, they don't have a big representation in this country, so it's almost like you include them in what the Finns or Estonians are already doing. And then in the case of Hungarians, it's such a large, I think there's as many as a few million people in the US with Hungarian background. So it's perhaps a challenge to get their attention, but I think that this piece, what we're doing here in Hancock now, is the perfect catalyst for attempting that.
Thank you. What about Tommy? Do you agree, or how do you see this situation?
Yeah, I see it similarly, of course, and Jim knows so much on sort of the community level, right, as to what's happening in specific areas where there are already Finns and Estonians who could cooperate. Of course, it's not a given that everywhere there is a Finnish community. There is also an Estonian community, and there is also a Hungarian community. And when I think of this question about uniting the diaspora communities, I have a lot of thoughts about it, so I'll try to. One of it is about institutions, right? And that is, we do have an institution, Finlandia Foundation National, FinFest, the ones you named, and these were started by communities for their community, right? So they exist the Estonian American National Council, I believe, is also one I've recently learned about, right? So I think on an institutional level, there is something that can be done on that. But when I think even further about it, the topic of the Finno-Ugric communities or diasporas coming together, I mean, I would venture to say there are very few, if anyone, in the United States who says, I am part of a Finno-Ugric diaspora community. People say they're Finnish, people say they're Estonian, people say they're Hungarian, and that's actually only part of, right, the Finno-Ugric community. So when we talk about the Finno-Ugric community, those ones that don't have a national, a nation that we can sort of tap into and say, like, who would start the Komi American movement? It has to be within the Finnish one or the Estonian one or the existing Hungarian one. So there's like many layers of bringing together the diaspora community. So I think the institutions that currently exist that are tied to these places that are recognized as countries in Europe have maybe been called to action in some way. Can they do something using their existing infrastructure or organizational structure to really start to find out where is their cooperation happening, like Jim was mentioning? Are there things that can be done on a small level to start bringing them together under one roof, right? Because it's not a given that anybody who's Finno-Ugric will really care inherently about what Finlandia Foundation National is doing, because our focus really is about Finland and Finnish America as an organization. So I think there's a real call to action to the institutions here. So in order to bring these diaspora communities possibly further together, closer together. We'll leave it at that.
Very interesting. And then I would like to hear also something from Nate, how you see this situation.
It's a really complicated question, and I'll try to answer as simply and honestly as I can. This is also very new to me, learning about the Finno-Ugric movement. But as far as I see it in North America, there are pros and cons. There's like challenges and so say benefits, right? But perhaps one of the biggest benefits is that we, as Finnish Americans, are all here in America, and we have numbers to rely on, and we have very much a freedom of mobility throughout the country, throughout quite a large area that is now currently a challenge, as we've spoken about on other panels. That being said, it still is a challenge to meet these Finnish Americans and to coordinate with these Finnish Americans from all corners of the country, basically, and also across the border into Canada. But I think with more time, with more focus, and with the right communications and messages and the right relationships, then there's plenty to look forward to.
Thank you. And then Oliver, you have quite a lot of experience on the cooperation, and you are the head of this cultural capital program. So I would like to hear how you see the situation from outside.
From outside, it seems like there are indeed many opportunities, and I would maybe distinguish the kind of cooperation that can occur within the North American continent. Well, maybe we can for now focus on the US. So as Tommy was suggesting, for example, cooperation between national organizations of Finnish Americans and Estonian Americans, and maybe possibly Hungarians and others if they exist. So anything that can be done on the North American territory without necessarily the participation of people or organizations from Estonia and Finland. I think even in this sense, in this kind of North American, let's say, environment, there is much that can be done. But where this North America's participation in the Finno-Ugric movement becomes really interesting is if we're talking about transatlantic links. And somehow starting to create and build bridges between Estonia and the US, between Finland and the US, and somehow all of us together. of course, I also mean Hungary and everybody else, but let's say as a start, maybe Estonia and Finland. So my question then becomes, what can be done on a practical level for example, Finnish Americans, Estonian Americans who are interested not just in their ethnic identity, but in this wider Finno-Ugric identity, how can they actually participate in practical terms? I don't have all the answers, but I can give one idea. We know that next year, the Finno-Ugric Capital of Culture will be in Europe. It's either Latvia or Hungary. We will know the outcome on Saturday. But it's Europe. So wouldn't it be nice if somebody from the US, for example, and including, and in particular, from the Finnish American community, could participate in the events of that next Capital of Culture as nothing even like so special, but as something quite normal, because in fact you already are part of this this kind of cooperation. So I would look for practical ways to be involved. And there really seems to be many opportunities.
Thank you. I think we are closing the topic number 1. The discussion hopefully continues, and we move on to topic number 2, which is cooperation under the Finno-Ugric umbrella. I've been thinking in this North American context that how this could be achieved. We already heard some answers, but what I also have been thinking that what advantages and tools Finnish Americans or the whole Finno-Ugric community worldwide already has, and we also have to think that this is of course a long-term development and what still needs to be improved, but you can also answer to these questions, but I also have a quite specific one. It seems that Finnish Americans have shown during this year that you are kind of taking a leading role in uniting Finno-Ugric peoples here in North America, which is of course something that I appreciate very much. What do you think? How do Finnish Americans as a whole feel about this, or is there enough work to be done in maintaining your own culture here in your own community? I would like to hear something from Tommy first, please.
It certainly, I think, is the case, right, that the Finnish American community has taken the lead in sort of taking the mantle of like uniting or even talking about the Finno-Ugric community in the United States or in North America. I think it goes back to my first point about it's because an existing institution was there, and that's because of years of dedication to its own community in many ways, the Finnish Americans, right? But I do think it's it really is. I mean, the question of what do Finnish Americans across the country think of it? I don't know if there's enough work that's been done yet. I think this is really the opening of that conversation, right? I don't think this is where this will end. Of course, the festivities, the celebration, the name, cultural capital in 2026 will come to an end at the end of the year. But I think that it has opened up. Of course, our communications director is here somewhere taking pictures, and she's our master of online everything. And we have found our online content that has to do with Finno-Ugric topics has done quite well compared to the range of things that we repost and post, from Eurovision and hockey to Savusauna to everything else. The Finno-Ugric topics have been really coming across well online. Which I think is an indication to our second panel today. It's like that's actually what we already have as a structure too, is young people know how to get online and use that in a way that's about educating and raising awareness that there is even a Finno-Ugric thing. So, I think that the general readiness of the Finnish American community is like what I am seeing online, what the communications we're getting is, yes, let's keep going with that. There certainly is a lot to be discovered there, but it's like we're not even really at step one yet. We're at like the pages in the books that have Roman numerals before the table of contents, right? We're still getting into what is even this. And it opens the question, anywhere could be the capital of culture now. Could it be in Lake Worth, Florida at one point, right? Could we move this thing to Seattle, right? We had a guest speaker on the other panel from Seattle. There's certainly a Nordic community there with Kven and Finnish Americans and Sami. So, you know, I think that the possibilities, like Oliver said, are really endless. Like this could sort of go anywhere. But I think it really, as an institution, as a Finnish American community that has a structure and sort of some power to get the message out there, it really is about continuing to educate and raise awareness about it. Because I think for the Finno-Ugric movement, what we bring to that is everyone who's in our network could be Finno-Ugric themselves, right? And then maybe the other thing I'll add to that, Finlandia Foundation National certainly struggles with this too, or it's a topic all the time. Do you have to be Finnish to be in it? Right, and the answer is, well, probably like 85% of the people are, but you don't have to be, right? It's for Finns, Finnish Americans, and friends of Finland, right? So we're inviting those to come in who have any interest in it, and I think that that's another thing that we can do through education and raising awareness that people who aren't intrinsically identifying themselves as such are behind you for the movement or behind you for the human rights aspect of it or the indigenous side of it, right? So there are many ways to enter this, and I think we can help to offer that at Finlandia Foundation.
Excellent points. Thank you so much. How about Nate? How you see this whole thing?
About Finno-Ugric cooperation in North America or in the United States. In my eyes, I've seen it organically happen. For example, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, my hometown, we have a small group of Pittsburgh Finns, a Finlandia Foundation chapter. We have about 100 members on our email list, and we have about 30 people who show up for a pikkujoulu, Christmas party. We have also a cultural institution at the University of Pittsburgh. I won't go into all of the details because that would also take a bit too long. But there are other ethnic communities who participate in events there. And we, the Pittsburgh Finns, have actually been approached by a person of Hungarian heritage, and also at another event recently, I've approached that Hungarian organization. I'm not so sure about the Estonians in Pittsburgh, if they're existing there, if there are any. I haven't heard of any of them, or I haven't met them. Perhaps somebody can correct me when they see this, when they see the recording of this stream. But organically, you know, in small places, piece by piece, one relationship at a time, I see it evolving like that in my eyes. Surely institutionally and on a bigger picture, there's a strategy, must be a strategy in place for the future.
Thank you. And then Oliver, how do you see this situation about Finno-Ugric umbrella? At least we can say that we have amazing setup here.
I feel like I already talked about this, but I would just encourage to think of practical ways how to kind of materialize this idea. It's a beautiful idea of Finno-Ugric cooperation, but it can be also quite abstract. And if you're not professionally or as an activist really involved in it, if this is not your career, then it may also be quite distant. So, and actually one of the reasons why this Finno-Ugric Capital of Culture program was established in the first place back in 2013 by a group of enthusiasts was to give some kind of materiality to this idea, abstract idea of kindredness and solidarity, and also to bring this idea on a local level in a way that could eventually also help in economic and socioeconomic terms regional or local development in those areas that hold the cultural capital title. Now I know that of those 13 cultural capitals so far, this has happened, not maybe in every case, but in several or even many cases, this could be a boost in cultural tourism. This could be some kind of added visibility. So I would call on everybody who is interested in this, Finno-Ugric activism or work in North America, whether it's Finnish Americans, Estonian Americans, Hungarian Americans, to think in practical terms what could be done to kind of materialize this idea.
Thank you. How, Jim, how are you seeing this umbrella and this leading role that I mentioned?
Well, I was the director of the Finnish American Heritage Center for over 2 decades, which translates to, I'm the old guy on the panel here, so I have this memory, and one of them was prior to, first off, FinFest was inspired by Canadian Grand Fest, so the Canadians were doing this long before the Americans, and they wanted to have this unifying event. And what that did, a lot of the people who were involved in the beginning said this, prior to that, the various Finnish communities in the country didn't know each other. They didn't cooperate, they didn't know each other. The cooperative Finns were here, and the religious Finns were here, and the labor Finns were here, and many times in the same community. And this idea of unifying them over some sort of project became FinFest. And I think that's a very good example for what we're talking about today, because they started, in a sense, from nothing. And they didn't have the advantage of the internet back then. So there's a lot of potentiality. On the other side, I think that we all are also realizing that this identity that draws us together is not as strong as it once was. I was mentioning to the ambassador during lunch that if this had been 15 years ago, this room would have been packed and standing room only, and they would have come an hour early. And so there's that challenge as well. But I do think this idea that we can be inspired by both what the Canadians did almost 100 years ago and what the Finns have been doing since the 80s is an example of where we can cause these opportunities to happen.
Thank you. Exciting. We are wrapping up the topic 2 and moving from North America slowly to the European side as well. We are talking about transatlantic dimension of the Finno-Ugric movement. I have understood that Finnish Americans have quite close ties to Finland, at least on organizational level. And if we take a look at the Canadian side, it seems that Estonians too have good connections to Estonia. How do you see this transatlantic Finno-Ugric cooperation? Do you think it's only a cultural or linguistic matter, or could it be something else, like, for example, business, sports, education, entertainment, or something else? Nate, please go first.
Thank you. Yes, certainly it includes all of those, and I'll speak again personally. We have an article, or you've written an article about mikä on hän sukkukansan työ, what is kindred people's work. And so part of that I see, for example, in the business world. Working with Export Maker, what we do is we do market research and we do contacting, and basically anything that a Finnish small or medium-sized business would need in order to find customers here in the United States. And that, in my perspective, is also kindred people's work. Certainly that sort of strategy could be expanded with the other groups in the Finno-Ugric movement, if such a situation were, if such an opportunity were possible for them. So that's one example, right, outside of the culture, the arts, the language, business, certainly. And business is really a lot about networking, you know, and the Finno-Ugric movement, the groups that we have, the organizations that we have, the institutions that they have there, valuable networks to be utilized.
Thank you. How about Tommy? How do you see this situation? Could Finns and Estonians here in North America carry something to Europe and bring something back?
You're asking the tough questions today.
Yeah, I know. I'm known for that.
Okay, well, I'm learning that. I mean, the fact that we're putting these words together, transatlantic Finno-Ugric cooperation, is sort of like, what? I mean, this is really, it's interesting and new territory as far as I'm concerned. Maybe I'm just the newest guy at the table here to the whole thing, but what an opportunity that is. Like the idea transatlantic being exactly that it's not just the Finno-Ugric message coming here, but is there something that can go back? I think is such a meta question in a way, because I'm not, is it happening? Will it happen after this? I don't know. I think we'll see in a lot of ways what happens when this cultural capital gets named again in Europe, and the exact type of thing Oliver was mentioning. What will the actual practical engagement be of the North Americans when this is happening next year in either Hungary or Latvia? Then I think we'll start to see the fruits of that, like what could that look like? But to your question, is it just cultural or is it just linguistic? Is it business? Could it be sports? IDK. I don't really know what that will be. I don't see it as a business thing. I wish we lived, I mean, you know, you could wish, coulda, woulda, shoulda. I wish that we lived in a moment right now in our own society where social sciences and humanities weren't under such attack, because I think it's a real shame that we don't have an institution, to my knowledge, an accredited academic university where you can study and get a degree in some kind of Finno-Ugric related study. I mean, we struggle to have Finnish studies anywhere, or Finnish language even part-time at our universities. I think Gage was mentioning this earlier about not being able to find an institution to study it. So I do think that's one missing piece of the puzzle in a lot of ways for this North American and transatlantic cooperation, is like, is there an academic institution? And I think that would, I'm sort of building a hypothetical situation, since to my knowledge that doesn't currently exist. But if it did, if we could build that where research could keep going, because much of these topics are they start quite academic, right? And then that sort of trickles into other forms of communication or other forms of sort of identity and that kind of thing. So that's one missing, I know that wasn't your question. I answered your question by answering a different one. One of the missing links, that now that I've asked myself, is that there is no sort of academic institution. And now I think our existing civil society organizations can help to advocate for that, can help to find people who are willing to maybe start that. But we are also living in this country in a situation that it is hard to find support in many ways for existing cultural and humanities kinds of work. So I think that again calls us as a Finnish American community, right, to actually be active in that. So I think that the question is a bit of like postpone. Let's see what happens next year at the next Capital of Culture. And I think if we work to make that happen, right, we really will have planted some seeds and see where that goes.
Thank you. Very interesting points again from this gentleman to these complicated questions written by me. How about Jim? How do you see this?
First thing we think about is the fact that we had no idea what the success of this event would be today, tomorrow, and Saturday. Some of that is going to tell the story. And not only immediately after this event is over, but how it's received in the media, and how it's received by other Finns and Finno-Ugrians around the continent and around the world. But the potentiality is there. Again, I look at the model of FinFest. It brought together academics, but it brought together Finnish Americans. They became tourists in their own country because they felt the safety of going to an event where they knew other people, and the FinFests were all over. And I think that one of the ideas is that you do incorporate some of this commercial motivation, but if indeed the next capital culture is in Latvia or if it's in Hungary, one of the things that a clever travel agent would do is try to get a group to go over there. And then we become, again, tourists in a new place, in a comfortable setting or with our friends. It's a very good opportunity.
Thank you. And then Oliver.
So as it has been said in the previous panels, Finno-Ugric cooperation began very much in academia and in the cultural field as well, but it is completely up to us to decide in which other directions to take it. There is nobody has monopoly over what this Finno-Ugric cooperation is about, and all these ideas that Alex, you mentioned, business, sports, entertainment, I think it's all very exciting. I would add maybe one theme, and this could be diplomacy. And by this right now I mean this kind of classical state-to-state diplomacy. Tomorrow will actually be a very interesting day in Hancock, because there will be diplomats of the three main Finno-Ugric states here in Hancock. So Ambassador of Finland, Leena-Kaisa Mikkola, Ambassador of Estonia, Christian Prick, and also the Charge d'Affaires of Hungary in Chicago. So this may seem like maybe a little bit bureaucratic to those who do not know the kind of European political context, but this kind of a situation I would not have imagined possible even just a few months ago, because unfortunately this European geopolitics threw a wedge between Estonia and Finland on one side and Hungary on the other. But now some kind of ground seems to be shifting a little bit. So we don't know how this day will go, but I think it's very symbolic that the United States, and Hancock in particular, is a place where professional diplomats of these three countries can meet, talk, and maybe also contribute to this Finno-Ugric cooperation. And maybe there is a way to also somehow, develop this line of cooperation. Actually, even before the Second World War, Estonia, Finland, and Hungary did cooperate actively in this Finno-Ugric space. There were Finno-Ugric cultural congresses. There was actually some practical cooperation as well. So maybe time has come to revive at least some aspects of this now, and then the question is how open this could be. Which other countries could be involved in this? And here in the US, we could ask whether US also will have a role in that.
Thank you, Oliver. I think we are wrapping this discussion now and moving on to closing remarks and summarizing a little bit. And I would like to hear short comments from all the four gentlemen. Like said, the first topic, linking Finno-Ugric communities and diasporas, and topic 2, cooperation under the Finno-Ugric umbrella, and topic 3, the transatlantic dimensions. I would like to hear something concrete or not so concrete from all of you gentlemen. And actually, Oliver, if you wish, you can continue wrapping up our themes today.
Right. Speaking of practical ways how to uphold or develop this Finno-Ugric identity and be part of the wider networks movement, if you will. In Estonia, we have a very nice tradition now. Every third Saturday in October has been designated as the Day of Kindred Finno-Ugric Peoples, hõimupäev. And it's called a flag day in Estonia, which means that people can raise flags, Estonian flags, on the facades of buildings. And also this is an occasion for conferences, concerts, all kinds of events around the Finno-Ugric themes in Estonia, in fact all across Estonia. Also our own representatives of Finno-Ugric peoples like from Russia and elsewhere go across schools in Estonia and talk about this. So, so I think this could be one very practical way how to keep this Finno-Ugric idea going, especially in Hancock, that maybe you can also start marking, celebrating this hõimupäev. That would be my modest wish.
Especially this year, of course.
Please go on if you have something more to add.
Well, I, as a practical person, I would say that Oliver is absolutely correct that you have to have something concrete. And with that, you have to have somebody who's going to lead the banner. This whole event wouldn't have happened if Oliver hadn't been that person a year or so ago. And to get all those people representing governments coming here, I once again give credit to, especially to Ambassador Mikkola. Key people can do a lot of good or bad, and that's essential. And I think this idea of being unified around a day, which isn't that hard to do, you just have some simple programming in the beginning, is a very good start. I would say another very good start for all of you here today is on Saturday at 11 o'clock. There's going to be a sort of a midsummer procession. We're going to raise the midsummer pole. And then during the programming, Oliver is going to announce who the new... well, the jury will announce, sorry. I think Oliver runs everything. Right after that, everyone assembled is asked to turn and face the camera. We're going to do both a photograph and a video, a very short clip of congratulating whoever that capital is. And we can all do that very easily, can't we? Just be there, turn around and wave. So.
Well, I think Jim Kurti runs everything. So if he thinks Oliver runs everything, I've been living a lie. No. Yeah, so what can, the practical solution, right, the takeaway, right, the conclusion. I think Nate said the word earlier about strategy, which sounds like big and scary, like we need a strategic plan and all of the things. And its strategy doesn't need to be complicated, but it does center itself around a goal and around what is the next step and what do you want to achieve with that. And it can be very minor. It doesn't have to be super complex, but that's the next thing, is to define that, I think. And from an organizational kind of standpoint, which I keep harking on here, is sort of, no one wants to do this, but let's appoint a committee. But I really sort of do mean that. The conversation needs to keep going. Like this event, these kind of events, and Oliver knows this. They don't just spring out of the earth and everyone's here and has lunch. The conversation, the logistics, the planning, all has to continue. There needs to be a conversation behind the scenes, and that we can't let that sort of die here after this, all of the Juhannus is over, or this year is over, right? So I do think that there is a call to action, and it's an easy lift, really, for Finlandia Foundation National to sort of explore setting up a task force or committee that is made up of Estonians, of Hungarians, the people who we now are in touch with, to keep the conversation going about exploring, can we do this celebration of that Flag Day? What would that look like? What kind of people do we need to involve? Where would that take place? Would it be online? All of those questions. So I really think that that is not a very sort of like sexy big next step to set up a task force, but it does mean the conversation will keep going. And I think that's exactly what we're called to do after this year of celebrating the capital of culture for the first time in North America. So that's a takeaway we can, I think, take from here, Alexi.
Thank you for your comments. And then Nate, please.
I have two points to wrap up that came to mind, actually. Speaking about practical challenges or practical takeaways, then we've spoken about maps, at least in this panel, and I believe also in the second panel, and maps and data, and these are great tools for us to use. There are great resources and a great map on where the Finno-Ugric languages are coming from, where the languages are spoken, where the people are. But to my knowledge, we need to update our maps here in the US and the Kiiuna. I think for our article and for our sort of research purposes, we're using census data from the year 2000 on the Finnish American populations in the US. And if I'm not mistaken, we've had a census in 2020, so there must be updated information somewhere. Those kind of practical map questions would be a great point in the strategy to take off from and continue to develop, right? And the second point then is conversations, and of course this is the formal conversation. This is the formal panel, the very formal presentation, the formal face of this conversation, and each of us are wearing the hats of various organizations. But I would encourage the audience and people watching on stream that the real conversations, the conversations behind the scenes, the conversations during the events, the conversations in the sauna are the real conversations that push these strategies forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this fine group of gentlemen, for your comments and your opinions. They were very impressive, and like Nate just said, and like Oliver has said many times before, when the mics are closed and when the party goes on and we maybe drink a little bit coffee or even some beer and go to sauna, then the real discussion indeed begins. Next, we have open mic session here, but actually I would like to take a few steps back to that flag issue that we were discussing today here in this panel. And please, gentlemen, don't run away yet. I wish to give you all greetings from our NGO, Sukukansojen Ystävät members, and also partners, and generally greetings from Finland. Because there are quite a few Finns present, my very good friend here, Nate Kilpanen-Fix, gave me this idea about a bilingual short Finnish-English speech. Like said, Nate himself is also a member of our NGO, so we try to do this bilingual. Tässä kuussa tulee kuluneeksi 10 vuotta siitä, kun tulin mukaan suomalais-ugrilaiseen toimintaan. Olen kuitenkin aina ihmetellyt, miksi Amerikan suomalaiset ja muut Pohjois-Amerikan suomalais-ugrilaiset asukkaat eivät ole joukossamme.
This month marks 10 years since I became involved in the Finno-Ugric activism. I have, however, always wondered why Finnish Americans and other Finno-Ugric residents of North America are not among us.
Siksi yhdistyksellämme on mukana eräs vaatimaton lahja.
Therefore, our group has brought a modest gift.
Tämän lahjan myötä toivotamme kaikki Hancockin asukkaat, kaikki Amerikan suomalaiset ja kaikki Pohjois-Amerikan suomalais-ugrilaiset asukkaat osaksi suomalais-ugrilaista perhettä.
With this gift, we welcome all residents of Hancock, all Finnish Americans, and all Finno-Ugric residents of North America to become part of the Finno-Ugric family.
Arvostan erittäin paljon, että olette vaalineet täällä kaukana kotomailta esi-isienne kulttuuria.
I especially appreciate that you have cherished the culture of your ancestors here, far from their homeland.
Tämän lahjan myötä voitte vaalia myös suomalais-ugrilaista kulttuuria eri sukukansojen juhlapäivinä, erityisesti kansainvälisenä sukukansapäivänä lokakuun 3. lauantaina.
With this gift, you can also cherish Finno-Ugric culture on holidays of various ancestral peoples, especially on International Finno-Ugric Kindred Peoples Day
each year on the third Saturday of October.
This is the common flag of all Finno-Ugric peoples, adopted in 2008. It has a Nordic cross, like the flags of, for example, Finland, Ingria, Vepsia, Karelia, and Settumaa in South Estonia. Our common flag includes at least one color from the flags of Finno-Ugric peoples. It also has an ancient Finno-Ugric symbol in the middle of it, called kannuksen pyörä in Finnish, octagram in English. Kannuksen pyörä protects the life and soul of its carrier, but it's also a symbol of the sun. I hope from the bottom of my heart that that flying this flag will keep your Finno-Ugric spirit high and bring you a bright future. I wish to hand this flag to the honorary consul, Jim Kurtti, who represents the Finns of this city in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Ole hyvä.
That this flag is flown at the Finnish American Heritage Center on Finno-Ugric Day. No pressure.
Thank you so much. Now we will have a 5-minute break and then it's time for an open mic session. Thank you.
Okei, ymmärrän. Ja, mä kysyn. Joo, ymmärrän. Joo.
But my phone died. Oh, she can take it.
It was a pleasure.
Fine.
Okay, Alex.
Because my phone died.
You want to sit in or stand?
Stand. Right.
Okay.
I took a picture previous
Kui kellelgi on küsimusi mõnele panelistile, äkki näiteks sa saad viia nagu selle mikri sellele panelistile, kui on keegi. On võimalik.
Alex is in the middle because he has nice and they have formal customers.
Oliver, do you want to
whatever, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, Alex is in the middle because he has different kind of...
I'd really like the chairs to be out of the way. That's a big ask, isn't it? Is it possible? Because they're just so...
Hi. Remember me from long ago?
I do.
Hey, can you slide the chairs just a little to the left or right? You have to use the papers? That's fine. No, it's just chairs. There we go. Perfect. Yes, definitely. Okay. Nate, Oliver. There we go. Awesome. And okay, we'll hop in. Hop in that way.
sa võiksid kohe olla esimene, kes võtab selle mikrofoni sealt, see mikker, jah. Jah, aitäh. Jah, võib-olla, et me teeme ka tegelikult selle üleandmise mõni teine päev. Jah, aga vähemalt on olemas.
Hello? I can start talk.
He probably can't.
Hey there, we're on break for like 10 minutes or so.
Hello? Tere. Second. Hello? Hello?
I don't know if you guys can see me. We're on break for like 5 more minutes.
Hi, everybody.
All right.
Hi.
1, 2. 1, 2, testing, testing. Okay. May I have your attention, please? Now it's time for an open mic session. Here's the mic, and if you wish to give some comments or do some announcements or ask some questions from the people who are present here or in the Zoom, feel free to step here and you can use this mic, and if you have a question to someone, I'll bring this mic to that person. So I think we are ready to start, and if you, Oliver, wish to say something in the beginning as well, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I think we will start right now what is the most interactive part of this forum, and the way we will do it, because we have some participants online who also wanted to speak, we will alternate between statements here from this floor and from Zoom. So as Alexis said, anybody can come here to this mic, comment on what you have heard, ask questions from panelists, whatever. Just please keep it quite concise, maybe 1-2 minutes, so that everybody will get a chance to say something. And I will then also use my kind of moderator privileges if somebody goes clearly over time. But I believe the first person who wanted to speak is Leilo Linask, who represents the Estonian American National Council, which also has financially supported the attendance of some of the members of the delegation from Estonia, as well as some activities taking place here in Hancock, for which we're all very grateful. So please, Leilo.
Is this on? Is this on? Yeah. Okay. Well, hello. Greetings from the Estonian American National Council, and a giant thank you to everyone who's come to this event today. But first, I'd like to personally thank Oliver Loode, who has such a passion within him that it is completely contagious. And I think that if anyone here has an opportunity to take one moment of his very busy schedule to just speak with him about why he does this, take that opportunity. So thank you, Oliver. And also a big thank you to the people of Hancock who've embraced this role so beautifully. And as in the beginning of the conference today, when President Karis spoke, he was referencing how we work with one another, the Estonians with the Finns, perhaps at the Estonian House. I grew up in Connecticut, and we borrowed the church from the Finns, and they borrowed coffee table things from the Estonians, and there's always been this cooperation. And so it's been really lovely. And Nate asked if there's any Estonians in the Pittsburgh area. Well, there are Estonians in the Pittsburgh area, and their chapter of the Estonian site is in Philadelphia. So with that, I would like to say that you're all welcome at Estonian societies around the United States. We'll always find a common theme. So please join us. And I don't think Jim is here right now, but I'd like to leave this book, Estonians in America, where you'll find out about every Estonian community that started. It's a big and heavy book, and we're adding to that history today with this conference. So thank you very much to the organizers.
Thank you, Leilo, and thank you, Estonian American National Council. I'm sure this Jim will receive this book directly from you. Next, I would like to give the floor to Ekaterina Kuznetsova, or as we say, Katya Kuznetsova, who was the main person behind the program of last year's cultural capital, Finno-Ugric Cultural Capital in Narva. So Yekaterina was the project manager of Narva 2025 and is happy to join. So Katja, can you please unmute yourself? Okay, and hopefully we can hear you.
Yes. Hi.
So Katja, maybe you didn't hear, but so we are here in Hancock, and we are wrapping up the second Finno-Ugric Open Forum. So the floor of yours. You have a few minutes to greet the people of Hancock or say whatever is on your mind.
Yeah, that's great. I'm happy to hear all of you, and greetings from Narva, from Estonia. The first forum we did in our House of Indria in Narva city. And it's very interesting that so many official people today in second forum. And that shows that it's very important for people to connect with each other. And I want to say that Hancock people are great, and it's the first time that we have abroad this capital of Finno-Ugric world. And we have, I have a strange feeling that we something losing sometimes, because in these days we can't connect with our friends and our families in Russian part of Finno-Ugric world. But now I see that we found the friends abroad, America, and that's really great feeling. And I want to say, Hancock, go on, don't stop. And it's opportunity to find out your roots and new friends. So thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you very much, Katja. And I know the team from Narva has also sent some very nice souvenirs, some T-shirts and other things to be shared with partners and colleagues here in Hancock. So that will be done, I promise, Katja. So sometime after this event. Yeah. Okay.
I hope they like them.
Okay. So next we then have here. Yeah,
yes.
Please.
Hyvää päivää kaikille. Marlene Bramer, Helsingin yliopisto, and Antonagen. I'm a member of Copper Country Finns here, and I just quickly wanted to build on that last panel because I jotted down some things, and they actually have to do with Estonia. In Portland, Oregon, where I used to live, we have the Nordia House, and I was part of Columbia Pacific chapter of Finlandia Foundation National, and we're connected to Estonians there, so that would be a group we could immediately activate. I really, really, really like this idea of everyone nationwide from FFN trying to activate this third Saturday Flag Day event. That would be an easy thing to do, catches people's attention, social media, and all of that. My second idea was Detroit, Michigan. There are all kinds of Finno-Ugric people there who probably don't even know it, and we really, I don't know how to target that because I haven't been below the bridge because, you know, I live up here. And then my other idea, this was a super program, by the way. Thank you, Oliver, and everyone who was on that previous panel. I was also thinking about connecting Hungarians with the Norwegians in Minnesota, and maybe FinFest could do something like that because there are a lot of Norwegians there. They have a big institute, and again, they might have people who are Sami, Ugric, Norgric, whatever. I don't know how much they're already part of the network. So that's all I have for now, but I'm sure you're going to hear from me again. Kiitos.
Thank you very much. And now we have a next speaker via Zoom. So I would like to introduce to you Silver Sild. So Silver is an Estonian Finno-Ugric activist who currently lives in Hungary. Bringing together, I think, very interesting perspectives. He has been with the Finno-Ugric movement for quite a long time, over a decade, I'm sure, at least. And this is then Silver, your opportunity to address the people of Hancock. Go ahead. Oh, how is? So Silver, please, this is your time. You can speak up. For some reason, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Greetings from Budapest. Very interesting panel discussions. Thank you. I only have one question to the community of Hancock. It came to my mind during the last panel when I heard your, Oliver, you having mentioned the Finno-Ugric cultural congresses before the Second World War, because also sport tournaments took place, for example, in 1934 and 1935. In 1934 in Tallinn, for example, Finns won the football tournament, that is soccer tournament. In 1935, it was us Estonians who won the soccer tournament, but of course in wrestling there was a tie between Estonians and Hungarians. Now my question is, how often do, for example, the Hancock Bulldogs go to Finland? Could they also visit Estonia? Could they go to Hungary, for example? What do the locals of Hancock say of these ideas? Would there be any interest?
Please, somebody representing Hancock, come to the mic and yeah. Oh yeah. Well, just come here. Just maybe I think somebody has to be the flag bearer for Hancock here.
Well, I'm Kay Seppälä. I guess I'm representing Hancock right now, but I am the director of the Kivijat Finnish American Folk Dancers, and we would love to have an invitation to travel to Europe next summer.
Okay, so Silver, thank you very much for this very practical idea. We will also have to talk to the director of the Hancock High School, Mr. Chris Salani, about this Finno-Ugric World Tour of the Hancock Bulldogs. Yeah. Okay, goodbye. So, anybody here who would like to speak up, please?
I'm Mary Hansen. I'm a Hancock native, but I haven't lived here for decades. Finnish American, 100%. In fact, you might see my license plate out there says 100 Finn. Some people think it means swimming fins. Anyway, and a Kavan by my grandparents. So I came here already with a great interest in the subject, and I drove from Virginia to be sure I was here for this. And I'm thinking about those who wouldn't be bothered, and I'm thinking right now about, time me, Tommy, 1 minute only. about my family and extended family, and why should they care about this like I do? So my first question is, and it's to everybody, is still what exactly is the definition? I read up quite a lot, looked at the maps, I already had it. What I've come up with, the one thing I heard was language. That's the only clear thing I heard. So if there's a further definition, we need to get that clarified, I think. Okay, tomorrow, right? I'll be running from room to room. My thought was, but I already have an interest in languages. That's what piqued my interest decades ago already, when I would hear familiar things like in Turkey or in Hungary occasionally, and say, well, that sounds like Finn. And guess what? Turns out there was a reason for that. So if languages, there is a way to use it, I think, as the hook, even among those who don't speak another language or wouldn't. That's what came to my mind from today's panels. And it could be as simple as, doing the memes with, and there's some very successful examples out there. Here's what this word means. Here's how you say it in Finnish, Estonian, Hungarian, and Russian. Let's not forget Russia, because even though they're sort of absent, it's a big part of it. And how interesting that would be. Even to those who don't speak a language, like to learn a word or two. I know, because I force it on my guests who have no Finnish at all every Urhos day, and they just love it. They think it's a hoot. So there's that linguistic simple. What other practical way? I don't know. That's what I keep thinking, is how to make this practical. But I do know that the flag, I would say plural Flags Day, is emphasized as not our flag, your flag, but everyone's flags. Flags Day would be a nice, cool way to start. And I just keep thinking again about why it matters to those who aren't in this room, and giving that more thought, and maybe more will come from that tomorrow. Last thing was that, we don't really see the United States represented yet today, except for Jim, of course. But it's interesting when I think about my own country, kindredness and what are the other words? That cooperation, that's the theme, right? And holy cow, could we use more of that in this country right now? And I think the polarity and our general weariness with it is an opportunity to use that kind of craving for more kindredness, and use this as one road to that.
Thank you very much. Next, I would like to give a floor to our online participant, Igor Kulikov. Assuming you want to speak, could you also introduce yourself? And also your relation to Finno-Ugric cooperation.
Hello. I can hear you well.
Yes, we can hear you and see you. Go ahead.
Okay. Dear people of Hancock, dear panelists, greetings. I'm translator and researcher from Moscow. Thank you, Oliver, and all the others for all your great concern and essential contribution to local language preservation. Sorry, but my question is pessimistic. Taking into account that Finno-Ugric minority languages like Udmurt are restricted to home and unofficial public communication, and that hardly any social sphere needs them as a mediator language, how many new generations will the language as the mother tongue be able to serve all social life nuances? My question is to everybody.
Thank you. Would somebody like to comment? We also have more than one Udmurt here in the audience. So
check. If the question is, if I understood correctly, it's about how long would say a mother language or a newly learned language, how many generations it survives, or how many generations it serves the community. I do know one partial answer to that is that in the United States, an immigrant family only keeps its language for about 2 generations, and usually by the 3rd generation it's lost or nearly entirely lost. But I would be curious to hear more.
For Europeans, it's usually lost in 2 to 3 generations. There are some non-European communities that are known for maintaining this a lot longer. Chinese Americans and Latino Americans usually keep it longer, depending on the community, if the community is available. But European Americans assimilate too quickly.
Any others that may respond to that question?
As an Estonian American who came here as a DP in 1949, we spoke Estonian at home. I still speak Estonian. My daughter does, but that's because we dragged her to Estonia to live for a while. But what I want to say is that at first, Estonians were feeling like these small Finno-Ugric countries feel now. We thought we were lost. We thought our language was gone. We thought our culture was gone. And in fact, the parents that were my parents' generation and the children that are of my generation, very few of them learned Estonian because it was a dead language. That has all changed. That has all changed. Estonia has come back. People are going there. Young people are going to school. They're going to the workshops and the programs. So I feel very optimistic, and I didn't realize the political nature of the Finno-Ugric problem until I heard this panel today. It didn't even occur to me that there were peoples in Russia and other places that had the same existential fear. And perhaps you should take optimism from the fact that things can change, and it changed for us. So I don't think there's any formula that, okay, 2 generations, it's gone. It all depends on what's going on in the world.
I don't disagree with you at all. It's just that nowadays they're learning Estonian as another language.
Right.
Their first language is English.
Right.
I understood
Right.
the question referred to those who learned it at home growing up.
Right. And but that's okay.
Oh, of course it's okay.
I also want to add something. I'm from Russia, Udmurtia. I'm the first generation who live in the USA right now, and actually, I had the big problems with the conserving language with my second generation. Right now, one is 2 years old, second son is 12, and he's more interested in Spanish than Udmurtian. So I decide, before I will die, thanks to the USA, there is a trust. You can establish a non-revocable trust, and this is what I'm gonna do. I will put all my money, funds, and real estate to the trust, and I will make the statement like, hey, if you make this, if you will marry, here is the percentage. If you will have kids, more kids, better for me, I guess. 1 kid, that percentage, 2 kids, that percentage, 3 kids, perfect. And there will be definitely a statement for the language. If you want to give money, please learn the language, at least for the a minimum level. But this is only my way. I'm not sure it's work for everyone, but in America, material world, material girl, we know all these songs. This is my plan, for example. Thank you. Judge Burish.
To say that having learned Estonian at home from my Estonian parents as an American, we have very close friends, and we've grown up in the same community, but some parents have not taught the language to their children at home for a very practical reason. They felt that it would hinder them in school, and there are more and more studies done now that dual language children, they do not struggle. In fact, they exceed and excel, and I think that's something that we can bring out in our communities more.
Hi, I'm Sig Janners, longtime resident here. I was born in Riga, Latvia during the Second World War. Brings tears to my eyes. what my family went through to leave Latvia and come to the United States. But to answer your question, the problem with this, with the long-time Russian and control of Latvia was that they really pushed their language. And even now, having been free since 1991, the large minority of Latvia, especially Riga, the country, is still mostly talk Russian. Last time I went to visit there, went to an outdoor, they were selling things, you know, and I walked up and I said, "Dod man šito, es gribu šito dabūt." I wanted to buy this. She said, "Somebody's speaking Latvian to me." What? This is Riga, this is Latvia, it's supposed to be Latvian. And now there's still a struggle, even though it's been free. The Russians want equal quality. What? They never gave us equal quality during those years and decades and years and hundreds of years of controlling our thoughts. But to answer the question about that is slowly, it is moving that the generations of young children are more, the schools, the public schools are fair. They allow bilingual teaching, but mostly it's Latvian. They've been trying to change that. Riga is actually, their mayor has been mostly Russian. Guess what? They're a majority in Riga. So it's a real problem. In the United States, what we have in Latvian is that if you're in a big city, New York City, all of New Jersey, Chicago, other areas, they have Latvian schools on weekends, and Latvian is still hanging in for the kids, for whatever generation it is. Whereas in rural areas, like here in the UP, gosh, there are rare when I see a Latvian. Occasionally at Michigan Tech, there is a Latvian, and then we'll get together and have them for dinner and all that kind of stuff. But the loss of Latvian, my kids are not very good at this. They are not willing to really participate. They are Americans, and though we celebrate our birthdays and Jāņu and all that stuff, Lieldiens, my kids, despite some of my efforts, have lost that. So that in the rural areas, I think Latvian is losing. And the other thing is that what we found in this kind of issue we're talking about is because of its post-war, you know, the World War II immigrants and the next generation, the fear of what's happening next controls it. So like BAFL, the Baltimore League, which is consistent of all the Baltic countries together, you know, are forever working for more freedom, you know, and that kind of stuff. And it's good, but the language has been sort of going slowly down the drain. So sorry about the long length of this.
Thank you very much for all these comments. And now I would like to bring in an online participant, Igor Vasenin, who I believe is joining us from the Russian Federation. So please, Igor, the floor is yours for a few minutes. Do you hear us? Can you say something? Igor, the floor is yours. You can speak.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead.
Здесь будет речь Доно Исьос, Hello there, friend. Hello. Hello.
Yes, we hear you. Please go on. Yes. Okay, maybe then that was it actually. So which is fine. We will then.
Oliver.
Yes.
While you work on the technology, I could make another comment about language. And we like to say that it's always because of intentional pressure that the language is lost. But it's just something that happens in society. When our children were young, we had a caregiver come in. She was from Toivola, and she was bilingual. And I told her, only speak Finnish during the day so that the children will learn Finnish. And one day I came home, and she looked like she was going to burst into tears. And she said, I'm not going to speak Finnish to them anymore, because when I do the... And we really decided that it was because they recognized that their friends didn't speak Finnish. And it's sort of this pervasive majority influence. And I think that's what's really caused here in the States. Of course, my father went through a period where if you spoke Finnish at school, you had to either stand in the corner or put your nose on the doorknob. But you know, those days are pretty much over, but it's just this pervasive, everything we get, you know, through television and radio is in English, and your neighbors are speaking English, and the kids want to fit in. And so it's not always intentional. My years with working in Finnish American things, I repeatedly would have older people say, our kids wouldn't learn Finnish. We tried to speak Finnish and they wouldn't listen. They'd only speak in English. And the kids would say, our parents never taught us Finnish because it was their secret language. And I think it was a little bit of both and neither. Did you get him on now? Did I fill in for you?
It is quite possible that the previous statement actually was exactly like this. A few words, I believe, I don't know which language it could have been. Maybe komi permiak, maybe komi. Okay, so his statement was just to say hello in different Finno-Ugric languages. Yes. Yeah. We don't know, but we are thankful for that as well. So we are kind of wrapping up our open mic session, but it's an opportunity actually for more questions and comments from here. So please.
Hello. I think a lot of the discussion has been about languages too, but let me put in a plug for culture, such as music, such as the kannel and the kantele and other things which unite those. We've had a FinFest USA for many years with people who perform music, which do the dances and those sorts of cultural things, and they don't speak Finnish at all. But that doesn't make them, they're still Finns, but they're English-speaking Finns. If you go to Finland, you have Swedish-speaking Finns, right? You can speak a different language and still be culturally something else like this. So I wanted to ask my Estonian friends, whatever happened to Esto? Tell us. Now, is Esto every 5 years? Is that what they used to do? 4 or 5 years. Esto is a big Estonian festival, and let me say that in 2000, we had a Finn Grand Fest in Toronto, Canada. And at the same time, right up the street was an Esto 2000 happening in Toronto. And I had 2 Estonian friends who wanted me to play in their group, And so I went up to Esto, and I had my mother with me, who's an immigrant from Finland. She loved the Esto. Oh, did she love that Esto festival, because there was so much music and dance and so on. And while we might not understand the languages, everyone can understand music, dance, and food. And as a folklorist, let me say that that's really, really important for identity and keeping your cultural identity. One last comment. I'm a Kantele expert in Baltic psalteries. I'm going to give a lecture tomorrow on that. We have had 9 international Baltic psaltery conferences, and they have all been very, very successful. They're all very small. It doesn't have to be, just because it's small, it's just great to have a small conference. It's absolutely fantastic. So don't think that only because we have 50, 60 people that it's less than something. It's still very significant. So continue to do the Finno-Ugric conferences open forum, as you explained. Because it's important to do this, because you meet people and you're able to exchange ideas. I've had it. Yeah.
I should. Can I say a few? Okay.
I was going to say, reflecting on this, about it's also culture and food and not just language, which is something that can be passed on. I think for Finnish Americans who are my age in the U.S., this is a kind of a critical period for us to decide. It's an individual choice whether or not we pass on our cultural heritage and our language. And for those of us who are maybe third generation Finnish American on, it becomes a more difficult thing to do. But the choice is still critical if that's something that we want, you know. And for myself, I'm fourth generation Finnish American, and I'm about to be the only Finnish speaker in my whole family. Not that I'm fluent or anything, just intermediate and still working on it. But, you know, my grandparents are wonderful people who, they will speak Finnish if they're prodded enough, not quite fluently, but I know that they still know it and they still understand, because if I insist on speaking Finn at them, they will correct me if I make a mistake. And yeah, and this is the first year of my life after so long of speaking to my cousins and things. I will not shut up about how important our heritage is. The first time my cousins have ever been interested in our language and culture, and I think that's an achievement. If even just one cousin of mine is interested who is local, it's a big part of what happens going forward for us here as well. So even all this talking, if just one person can be interested, that's very valuable.
Okay, I would like to make a few comments on, first of all, from you talked about the Norwegian thing in Minnesota. I even asked the royal castle in Norway if they wanted to come here, but they had an excuse. It was a bad one. The crown princess was supposed to have a long transplantation, so she couldn't come. No. Regarding languages, in the European Union, they have like a new law that says mother tongue +2. So the goal is that every European should know 3 languages. In the Nordic countries, the average person knows 2.5 languages. And Finland is also topping that statistics because they're close to 3. Because they learn Finnish, of course, Swedish, and also English. And I think we have a process of going from just knowing one language, that it is normal to know several languages for all of us. So I think that's a positive thing. And I think also America will catch up on that very fast. So it's just a matter of people making the effort to learn the language. So, and I had I'm going to have a presentation of the Arctic Finns, the Kvens, tomorrow. I was wondering in the audience here, how many are of Finnish descendants? Okay. how many are from, have descended from people from northern Norway? Okay, Kven. So there's quite a, so I'm looking forward to that. All right, thank you.
So unless somebody has some last minute, very important, very urgent statements, comments? No? Of course, yeah, even a little bit more.
I do project, but that's all right. About the linguistics and language, and I do appreciate the updates I just heard, that it's more than that, or reminders, culture, music, all that, I mean, music, food. But I'm remembering about the importance, why does it matter question again. Disappearing languages matter, not just because of the reasons we're talking about, but because of scientific reasons. And I wish for the next forum, maybe there could, maybe I would take this on. If such can be found in this country right now, a scientist, I used to know some, who are called linguists, who studied this very thing. The cultural and community and emotional and mental impact of losing a language. I find that fascinating, but that's just me. Meaning, so those of us that live in English-speaking countries, you know, and I've seen this huge change in my lifetime, as many of you travelers have. I used to have to use the other language of the country I was in. Now, you don't, you know, English everywhere. And so here we are in the majority language of the world. That means something to, that means something that I want to know more about and used to know more about, and there has... My own press release is still somewhere on the web that explains what the dangers are of disappearing languages in a broad scale. So there may be something to tap in there on this language point.
Thank you very much. By way of conclusion, I would just say that at some point during this forum, I understood that it's not just about this forum that was meant to be open, but we heard from different speakers across these panels this idea of openness to Finno-Ugric identities, Finno-Ugric openness of the Finno-Ugric cooperation and movement to new ideas, new institutions, new activists, and I think this is actually very, very important idea that we can all build on. And also during over these next days, because the Juhannus summer solstice celebration is only starting. I would like to thank once more our supporters, Finlandia Foundation National, also the Estonian American National Council, all our speakers, partners, everybody here who came to listen and participate in this discussion, also our online viewers. Hopefully there were some. I will later have to see how many and how that went. Also there were some volunteers here who helped with practical things. Thank you for this, and also our tech team. And this is actually a very, very important point to make, because a hybrid event like this takes a rather complex setup. So thank you to Mark over there, Mark Ryuta, and also we have Austin right there. So I believe that this online or hybrid event actually worked out, which is fantastic. Again, thanks, and until next times, and the conversation continues.
And as well as tonight, reception at the Heritage Center at 7 p.m. Everyone is welcome.